All right, welcome to joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the faded session 65.
Woof, woof, woof.
So we got a recap session, makeup session, and we have two out today. One we have not, hopefully, comes in. So we'll have maybe five, hopefully. But we'll see. Anyways, recap. Where were we? Well, we had a lot of things that had happened on our way to Ukar's camp. That was led by a dragon fight, primarily by two dragons that were attacking each other. And those dragons were Erithun and Tresgal. And that fight took them over the wood to the north of here, and then across into the ravine, which is the Mighty River Gorge. And then that also took over and on top of Twin Fork, which stands to reason that Twin Fork is no longer. And that also got news from the War Chief Grovak from the Red Stalkers, which helped kind of get you all up from the primarily sperm whale, right? And then a few others from kind of being landed there really quickly. But we have this almost separation of kind of how we got here, right? So like you kind of landed there with the sperm whale, right? And then you talked to Earpip, and then Earpip was going to help the War Chief Grovak, and the rest of you were like on the with Ukar on the dragons, right? And then you got to Ukar's camp, and from the dragons' perspective, you could see like how the High Auric was, these just generous mountains and that sort of thing, and how like they're not really foothills, but to them, right, they're going to call them foothills because they're much larger, much I would say smaller than the mountains that surround the region, right? Even though to many others they would be considering mountains. So there's a thick stone here, this iron oxide, this reddish coloration. It's really paramount inside of the High Auric and around the many of the region. And the High Auric has these ravines and gorges, many different sorts of streams and rivers that are going to feed the mighty river. And so there's a much separation of this space, which allows the orcs, primarily orc and goblinoids, right, to be able to maintain their territory and supremacy. They kind of make sure that like the bridges that they have or the crossings over these are secure. They have numerous towers that are dotting around the actual camp. They have a little bit of pitches of settlements and little tents and things to kind of have patrol stations and such. So this is a nomadic culture. These are like a very nomadic people. They even Ukar had specifically said that this camp won't actually be in this particular location. And so the map is just representing what this camp generally will look like and what they usually will set up, the main structures of the camp and as they move. Now, there are other places that do exist for the orcs, and those would be the actual clans or the tribes, right? Those are like kind of almost the home villages for those. But some might be so nomadic they don't even constitute a home. They might just have little plots of areas and markers that they note through their trails and their travels. We have a story. So this is kind of getting to the meat of the recap, and the story was of Ukar. And the story of Ukar, which is actually yet to be fully explained. We haven't had really a time to just sit down and talk to them over a feast or over drinks, and really get to know them more than what they have said, and that is that they are a being of immense power. They are an orc, but they're more than that. They seem to have some connection to the Old One, to the power that they hold, and that allows them to almost duplicate themselves upon death. They also have noted that the Blood Knights are kind of this soulless, almost in a way, and that has to do with their dagger and how they've kind of created that. And so they use the dagger to almost capture souls, and then they allow them to be returned back to where they need to be instead of being like stationed into some sort of bond or servitude to what the Tinkerer primarily has done to them. This is what Ukar has already said in the fighting pit, right, to all of you. And what's important, though, is the relationship and how Ukar has lived potentially thousands of years, right, in terms of their life, and the relationship of how that works with one and only Captain Morgan. Seems that Ukar has actually had a relationship, not only a relationship, but like they constitute a brother to the Captain Morgan. And now it remains to be, perhaps we got to go back to Fate Haven. We got to find out, right? Captain Morgan has a gift, premonitions, that was given to them by the Old One. And this story was that they were driven mad by their own gift because of what planting the seed would do. So they were saying no, right? And so that overlays with their premonitions and how it goes, hey, can't be hurt, right? Can't be harmed. So I can see a little bit and get out of the way of it, right? And so that kind of was that cyclic drive to them, that there would be harm dealt to them. And so the Ukar did what someone would do if they love somebody, and they planted it for them, took away their memories. They never returned because they didn't want to trigger their gift. And essentially repeat the cycle. Complicated, right? We don't know the whole story yet. I mean, this is all just like him just saying stuff, and we have no evidence, proof, right? More intimate details of locations or anything like that, but might not need to, right? Ukar is speaking in very much absolutes, very determined character. And from the conversation, the last thing to recap would be that they are an ally in your endeavors. So they have left the fighting pit. They have made way for the great chief's hut, take care of other business and matters. And you all, I would say you all, but I would say everyone but you, Joey. Everybody, Mario. Go ahead and remove Lucar from the scene. Lucar is here.
Oh yeah, Thanos is still passed out.
Wake him up or let him sleep it off?
I don't know. We should probably talk because that was a lot of information at once. I'm gonna walk over and see if I can like splash some cold water on his face and see if that wakes him up.
Just kick him. It's fine.
No, I'm not gonna kick him. He's gotten his ass beat enough for one day.
Ask for it.
Yeah, that's true. I just like splash cold water, just kind of tap him on the cheek. Thanos, you're not dead, are you? And I'll feel for a pulse to make sure he's still alive.
So you kneel down, put your fingers places, and make a medicine check.
That's great. Yeah, not great.
Can't find a pulse.
Can you? I can't find a pulse. You check him out? Oh, thank God.
All right, Thanos, you're going to cover 9 HP. You awake with your eyes from your unconscious state.
Hey, buddy. You alright?
I've been better.
And I'll reach out a hand to help him stand up.
You almost had him.
I can't. Thanos is having problems right now.
You alright? He didn't mortally injure you. You still have function of all your faculties.
Yes, it's just dawning on me that we are supposed to fight Damodar, who is scary enough to threaten the Old One, these deities, and yet can't even stand toe to toe with a random orc that got also powers from the Old One.
Well, that's why we're not planning to fight him alone.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. You don't fight Damodar alone. You don't have to fight the old one alone. Oh, actually, uh, I mean, this is kind of something I feel like I might have told y'all, but I don't remember. But y'all remember when I went back to Glenmark to get aid for Fate Haven, right?
Sure.
So I was told of a prophecy of someone called the Uniter. They were someone who had great magics and would unite the world against a great devourer. So imagine that, this, all the prophecies we have here, and then in a different land having one that is so similar.
It is an odd coincidence. Not sure how much stock I put in prophecy there.
Yeah, from what I was told, it's that we were that the prophecy had changed multiple times throughout the Lord Master's life, and then when I was born, it stopped changing. So it
So you-
stands to reason that it's me, but
Or you
I don't know.
broke it.
Yeah, maybe I broke prophecy. I mean,
Congratulations. You
That-
broke
we've done that.
prophecy.
Do you think we've done that before?
Most certainly.
I mean, shit, look at you, Thanos. You were probably destined to be, what was her name? Lady Trillia's slave for all eternity, and now she's in the ground.
Someone
That
prophesied
was-
to Helm that I would betray him, and he decided to betray me first.
Anyway, Ukar went to the Great Chief's hut, so we can make our way whenever we want. We didn't want to drag you over there before you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. He gave me the stone, correct? He like dropped it on my lifeless body, because if I remember
correct.
correctly.
Yep.
Yeah. I will hold it up to my ring and the stone that's currently in it.
Okay. So you hold it up to your ring, the stone that's currently in it. You can see that the one in your hand begins to liquefy, pull towards the one in the ring, which then liquefies in return. And as they do, they begin to be pulled together, forming into a new shape. This one seems to be a cube in terms of its shape, and the edges of said cube are slightly rounded, has more of a translucent appearance, and it has a shine to it, that it's like a light is just emanating from it, but it's too difficult to tell if that is because of the sun hitting it and it simply is just reflecting that light, or it is just glowing. There is a coldness to the stone, and the stone itself appears to be very elegant.
Must put the cube into my chest.
If I hit you hard enough with it, do you think it will give you its powers?
Are you going? Are there residual hard feelings between you and?
No, ultimately I got what I wanted, which was the stone.
Yeah. Well, well then we could probably head over there now. Oh, I did tell y'all that one of Bruga's clones is hanging around here, right?
No.
One of the evil ones?
No, they seemed pretty normal to me. They're the ones who teleported. That's how I got here. But
It's a good
Or do
sign,
they
I
look
suppose.
like Brugge?
I mean, other than it being a male, yes, very much so. The clone's name was Erpip.
Did he also try to sleep with you?
I think he flirted with me.
Sounds right.
Yeah, actually, you want to hear something wild? Apparently, him and Bruga were in a relationship. What kind of crazy ass narcissism is that?
I suppose no one knows you better than you know yourself.
He said something very similar to that. Uh, anyway, let's get out of here.
Yes, let's.
We'll start to make our way towards the hut.
Okay. So bringing us back here again, setting the recap, kind of constituting that part of the recap to get yourselves be a little wet. But the Ukar's camp, we have in terms of description, right? And this is for you, Joey, right? So we're all kind of on the same page. Huts and tents, brownish red hide, with mammoths stitched together with yellow, white ivory, mammoth bones, and the purple and maroon leathers of cave bears. Many of the tents have half to full walls of loose red rock stone, often grooved for smoke to escape, and windows for the fresh air of the high Auric. They have fire pits made from stone or metal to smoke and cook large meats, herbs tied by sinew or twine to dry and keep for the journeys ahead, leathers laid bare against the cold red rock at night. There are red clay pots etched with orcish runes of battle and war. They ferment brews for drink and illnesses. Tanning and drying racks made from dark ashen red auburn wood adorn the fresh skins and meats of the animals recently slain for nourishment. Mannequins and racks made from metal wear battle-scarred and bloodied arms. Large, loose red rock fire pits outside and adjacent to their tents and anvils are billowed with accordions to fuel them for the sole purpose of smithing weapons, armor, war. There are various supplies of food or equipment. They are used to hunt or forage. They sit scattered around the entrances of the tents. They seem to always be at the ready to be picked up, be able to head out into the mountains and then to fetch what you need. The village itself is a large village in population. They do have a density, and they just continue to amass more and more as the days kind of move on. And we know this from the goblins that we adventured the Mighty River with. And they are primarily orc, and many of them are painted with the colors of their tribe. You could say that they're a clan, but they're primarily tribal, so home tribes. And they generally will move every 2 weeks to follow like herds of roaming mammoths, maybe to find fresh plants for foraging, or simply because they need to get to a better spot for hiding. Even they might have the most impeccable defenses and patrols, but it's not going to stop everything since this can wall everything off, right? You can't patrol everything, and so they kind of maintain secrecy, getting the village moved around. And that is just adding a little bit to the description I already had given, so it gives you a kind of more depictive picture of the village. Now, Marius is how you pronounce it.
You guys meeting in Discord? Marius.
Marius?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So, Marius, you are currently in. I'll pull you to scene here. Get a little bit of a crowd noise with the here. You are in Ukar's hut. This is the Great Chief's hut. This is not where Ukar sleeps. You know this. Because Ukar will leave. And one of the Ukars will sit here and guard it. You do not know where Ukar, the real Ukar, will go, but they will leave. And they generally will disappear. It's a very elusive character. You don't ask questions. You don't really care about that, right? You're here for one purpose, and that is to get and put an end. To get into Elune and put an end to the Tinkerer. So, your most difficult position is allying yourself with others. But Ukar is someone who is very much speaks in absolutes. And they also have been doing the work of your patron in some regard. Even though it might be indirect, their kind of motions and movements through their life align with yours in that perspective. So you're kind of just waiting for the plan of Ukar to unfold, which actually has not been communicated to anybody. It's just this slow amassing of goblinoids into the Ukar's village. Ukar has also had to leave to go to other tribes and their war chiefs, and to rein them in, so to speak. As we had said and kind of been playing at, these tribes were rather independent of each other. And this is now a great chief, which is someone who has now reigned and now ruled over them all. In order for that to happen, they have to actually go through a rite known as Amdal, and that's very similar in a way to many sorts of tribal ritual combats, and they must fight, bear coming at them and assume that power. So Ukar is still continuing to negotiate that power. So the plan has been slow brewing, right? It might be questions, murmurs, and rumors, being like, when are we going to head out? What are we going to do? What's going to happen? And all the while, the lessers in the ranks of this village calm them down, continue to feed their bellies, and a number of figures are at work. I'm not going to necessarily describe those figures just yet to everyone, because they're obviously don't see the tokens, that sort of thing. So, and so I'll describe the characters as we kind of introduce and kind of go through them. I will give the names to you, though. You are currently playing chess with the Mystic Zalthu. They are a Whitebreaker Orc, and they are a Mystic Shaman that devotes themselves to the spirit of the wolf, which is in belief to them to be a creation, maybe an avatar. This is the way they phrase it. And this is relating to almost like how the pantheon kind of works. And so goes into the deity Valaris and be an avatar, and they refer to it as the spirit of the wolf. And this mystic shaman kind of devotes their life in worship. So you can kind of refer to them as a druid. That's a very good place to put them. And they're very old. So when they're speaking, they're very wise. And they're one that you have spoken with in solitude, right? So they don't speak until someone speaks to them, because they're in prayer a lot of the time, or they're out into the mountains just away from people. And so you kind of have a strong relation with this person just because they don't speak.
It's actually my best friend. You guys don't know that.
And you're able to have actual, play chess, because this character is very wise and intelligent, which is more so than others. You have met Narcissus, and that is an assassin. They are an assassin of the Shadow Hand, and they are similar to that of a war chief, but the Shadow Hand is a small group of orcs that are rogues, and they primarily have tactics of scouting and assassination. You have also met with Fastar, and that is a gold dragonborn, and they are part of the rebellion known as Dragonpike. There are other individuals with Dragonpike. You have not met them. Okay, so those are some character names just dropping at you. Go ahead and type them in chat.
Thank you.
Also put the titles too here. Put some information that I was talking about just for the names of them for you. So you're here in the hut. You're just currently playing chess, enjoying yourself, the Mystic Zalthu, and just waiting. You knew that Ukar, upon arriving into the hut, very quickly grabbed some pieces from the chest behind his throne of bones. A couple pieces of trinkets, it seems. Shoveled them in the hands a little bit, and then went into a war room. Went into the war room. You didn't nap today, so that's why I was trying to handle things. She's really crazy right now, so Laurel's really tired from stuff today. So you know that they went into the war room, and they're with Narcissus and Star, and they are currently speaking. And this is not uncommon. They've done this a number of times. And so you might be having a little bit of eagerness to hear if there's going to be a plan vocalized to everybody. So just kind of taking your time, playing chess, looking away. Zalthu moves a piece. You move a piece. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
That'll be
First
great.
roll. Let's go.
Real quick, as I grab this, have I beaten him before?
Yeah, you beat him.
Oh, okay, cool.
Good.
Sees Zalthu puts you in check.
Damn.
See them smile a little bit. You want to give me another roll?
Oh boy.
I believe in you. You can get yourself out of this.
Okay,
There you go.
We're making plays. We're making plays.
Counter, taking out the check. You see as Zalthu, puzzled, begins to pull upon the goatee of beards. They spin it down around.
What are you thinking, old man?
Pick up a piece, and they move it. Give me another roll.
All right. Oh man.
Aye, let's go.
This is
Consistent.
intense.
Put him in checkmate. Look towards you. All they do is raise an eyebrow and gesture with the hand. They begin to reset the pieces for another game.
Oh yeah. We type GG's in the chat. No.
The rest of you begin to make way for Ukar's hut. You were invited here, so you make your way across the plateau, which has a number of tents and other people here that are selling and exchanging goods for it's more of a barter system rather than coins. So they maybe have a surplus of food that they had hunted, so they're passing that out willingly, and some people are in exchange or giving them metal fragments and ingots of other things that they have, and big pieces of armor of creatures, humanoids that they've slain, metalwork from the weapons and that sort of thing. So see Ukar's hut here. Ukar's hut is a single-story structure, again with very similar presentation with the mammoth hide and the cave bear hide stitched and sinewed together with the ivory of their bones. They have palisade kind of spikes that are coming out of the structure, and they're very much kind of dug in a trench that's underneath the implanted red rock that's loose and kind of not bricked, but cobbled upwards loosely to maintain the structure. They've draped bones and hide as doors. They've draped them from the stone, anchored with metal pittons. Those kind of mark the doors, and they mark the windows. You can see that the grass around you, much of the grass in the High Auric is very small. It's not growing very tall. And this grass in particular is trampled by mammoths sometimes and other creatures. So you have to navigate some of their footprints, or the pad prints, right? The hoof prints of the creatures that would make way around here, and the various livestock and the mounts these orcs use. No one's guarding the door. You make your way this far into the village. You most likely are more powerful than the people that would be protecting it, and so there's no reason to have a guard at the door. So you're just kind of striding up. The entrance is a semi-arch kind of protrusion, very much like a tunnel that's extending from the lodge, or the hut, I should say. And then the center of the hut, which is kind of square and stands up pitched, gets to roughly about 11 to 12 feet in height, so it's not very tall.
Oh, into the lines then we go.
There they are.
We scan around, see the chief anywhere.
You don't.
I think I'm gonna kind of just walk around and get a lay of the land, but then
Okay.
see this chess game going on and just kind of off to the side, but watch it
Sure.
because that's something like I'm interested in and I know how to play.
Fucking nerd.
Upon arriving, you see that there is leathers laid out with the pillows over top of them, with stuffed bundles of grain and other sorts of grasses. Those are stitched in leather sacks to make those pillows. They have these red rock stones that they've kind of grabbed together to really fit themselves almost in a way, right, wrapping in a ring to kind of harness the fire from in here. Wood splintered and logged nearby, just kind of grab some things and shovel them in at a time to continue to provide warmth. None of these fires are cooking anything. There's a number of orcs in here with a variety of their colors. We have the red stalkers with the red hand, with the white skull in the middle of it. We have jade bone crushers, which is primarily this face of a kind of a screaming orc of green and hue. And you do have a couple common folk in terms of orcs. They just might be people that seem like they're farmers, like refugee type folks. You know, they have sacks and backpacks, and they kind of linger here as they're sitting down and just enjoying the company, speaking to a number. There's also not goblinoids here. You have a variety of others from kind of folk, and that gives a little bit of an insight that there's more invitations than just the goblinoids that are going out to this camp. Some of them have kind of regal attire. They have like gowns and other dresses on. They might have slight suits with colorations of their noble houses that they have come from. Some of the colors of their clothes have been stained by blood or by dirt from their travels, maybe torn up a little bit from getting here. And that stands. There are two rooms sectioned off, top left and bottom right. You hear voices coming from the bottom right and cooking sounds such as pots clanking and ladles smashing on the top left. And that gives you almost that interpretation or assumption that they do have a kitchen at the top left. That the voices from the bottom right, one of which tunes in that is indeed Ugar, speaking, and not whispers, but just quiet enough that you can't hear it without actively rolling a perception. And you can hear this. I really want to make a note that these are not really doors. So these are just hide with bones on them. So
Bead curtains.
yeah, they're really able just to hear through them. And there's not a whole lot of festivities happening in here. It's really just people speaking and drinking from these horns of animals. There are altars made of bones and rungs of leathers, and those altars have various reagents and sorts of herb remedies and things upon them. Some of them also have bandages, and so that kind of stands out that perhaps they have a little bit of storage here, and maybe some of them are used to treat the more dire illnesses of their people. There is a throne of bones, and it sits on piles of gold and sacks of gems. There's 2 chests, one behind it and one adjacent, and those are both locked.
Yeah. I think because Varys feels super, like, out of place here, he's just going to kind of focus on the game, but while
Sure.
he's doing that, he's also just, like, looking through his spellbook, just trying to waste time.
Sure.
You
see
said we heard Ukar speaking from which direction?
the room of the bottom right of the structure.
The bottom
So,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm eavesdropping on that outside the door while I watch the chess game. That's
The orc currently sat on the other side. Eumerius. They have kind of a hood, bear fur, and it sits into a gown of bear. So it's like one hide of a bear that's been stitched into a gown-like robe, and then that hood could come up and have the actual head of the bear, but it's been done away so there's more edges of like fur as they're kind of curled back and such. They have a quarter staff, which has at the tip of it is the tooth of a wolf. Wolf tooth. It's really massive in terms of its size, so it encompasses much of the top of that quarter staff. Quarter staff is twisted kind of stone. It's almost like this pillar of stone that's been kind of twisted around. Which, it's interesting. Is it heavy, right? And it seems, according to Zalthu, that it's not. They can carry it with ease. They have no hair on the top of their head. They kind of have this hair that goes around the ring and then falls down, very loose and very kind of elegant. All their hair is white. The skin tone of themselves is very ghastly as well. So it kind of is almost like an albino type situation happening. Their eyes are black. The goatee is just here, no mustache as it pulls down, and they have one bone piercing on their nose, the right nostril. The party, Thanos and Varys, as you're seeing, and now you, Maldor, can see the edge of the table. You can observe a character that you have not seen before, and that does stand out that they appear to be. Go ahead, Joe.
Yep. So we got male, he, him, whatever. You can't tell, obviously, by him sitting down, but tall for, average or above average. Big dude, though, like muscular. Put a lot of work into that body. A lot of time, probably, too, but, Who's the biggest out of all of you? Is it Maldor?
oh, by far.
Maldor and Lucor are both pretty tall. Maldor's 6'6", Lucor is pretty close.
Yeah, we'll talk about workout routines later.
Yeah,
but,
Varys is like a beanpole, though.
Yeah, I was
He's
gonna say you're probably
6'2".
small, little boy.
Well, no, I'm really tall, but like super skinny.
Yeah. Covered in heavy armor, plate, black with like kind of like silver engravings and etchings around it, and then wearing a black, like kind of like mattish black looking helmet, and he's got glowing orange eyes. Makes you wonder why his eyes are glowing orange. And that's about it.
Okay. Does anybody want to give some stuff for Joey to work off of for your characters? Descriptions and such?
Yeah,
Oh,
so Thanos has darker skin and complexion. However, the first thing that you're going to notice, because it makes zero sense, is the circlet on his head with a bright purple gemstone in the center of it. And then, other than that, he's got on black dragon scale leather armor. He's got a rugged cloak that's seen some wear and tear through these travels over the last few days. He doesn't look like he actually cares to clean up the cloak or take care of any of his other clothes beyond just, making sure that they work. Everything else about him he keeps under the cloak and tries to maintain some sort of peaceful outward appearance most of the time.
So, if you see Varys, Varys is a pretty young, like freshly 20-year-old human. And when you look at him, there's like not a spot of dirt or like tears in his clothes. It looks like that's like the most important thing to him is like being presentable. He's wearing like a black with like accented with purple and gold robe. And he's carrying around a black metal staff. And then if you look at the robe close enough, like under the top layer, you could see like a metal, so like chain that's like underneath the clothes. And just like he's like a beam pole, so he's like tall, but like has like almost no muscle. Looks like he's never worked a day in his life. He's definitely got soft hands. If you
Soft
paper
hands.
yeah.
There's your description. Soft hands.
Yeah, very, very noble looking, like a kid who's never really done any hard work. But yeah, that's pretty much him. And he looks around like he's super uncomfortable around these people, and is just like staring at the game because he doesn't want to look at like people and make them uncomfortable.
So Maldor is he's sitting on a pillow next to the orc survivor, but he's wearing black dragon scale plate. He's got long black hair and a ponytail with an undershave. Glowing silver eyes, no pupils. Very pale ashen skin. A couple of large weapons on his back. Really simple cloak. And he's just kind of relaxing, very clearly intent, like knows where everybody in the room is and who the biggest threats are, but is not worried about any of them.
He is the biggest threat. I like it.
Except for the one behind the door that just made me look like a fucking toddler.
You made that a threat. That wasn't a threat until you made it so.
To be fair,
Anything
I
else?
didn't mention the duel. You mentioned the duel.
Anything else for your characters?
Well, thank you guys.
I think if you were to like look at Varys's like ring he has on, you'll notice that like it has like a house symbol on it that's like an hourglass. But that's only if you were like closely.
I mean, you're hovering right over me, man. So yeah, I can probably see it.
Yeah, it's literally it's dangling over your shoulder.
With the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we were talking about descriptions, and it occurred to me that all of the sort of visually distinct things that Maldor used to carry have been smashed or discarded, so he doesn't really have any of that stuff anymore.
Who am I anymore? Who am I?
I'll start putting decorative stuff on all of your gear from now on. Don't worry. I'll give you a written description whenever I make you something new now.
I carry the trophies of my enemies. That's the most description I need.
And then a bedazzled greatsword.
That's
okay.
a great sword. I love it.
He's got two bedazzled great swords of this.
Yeah,
point,
too.
I think.
Oh, okay.
And a bedazzled great axe.
You see as Zalthu makes an impressive move against you, Marius.
Oh no,
Smile.
dude, I'm gonna nat one this bitch and immediately lose. Uh
Checkmated you.
oh. All right.
You know, you win some, you lose some.
Pips all up from the chair. I look towards you. Marius.
Shaman.
I think when I see that, I'm gonna immediately like walk up and be like, "You mind if I play?"
Are you so you kicking him out? Is it like a winner's got next? Is that how that works?
Well, no, he left.
I
the
just
room.
got dumped.
Oh, I can't see. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
he
he
left
left.
the
Oh,
room. Yeah.
yeah, he left. Yeah,
I thought he was like, "Can you move so I can play the winner?"
No. Yeah.
you're trying to kick him out.
No.
Put a
please.
quarter on the
Get the
table.
fuck out.
We can even put money on it if you want.
That's not necessary. You can sit.
Okay. So I'll sit down
All
and
right,
kind
who's
of like
white?
scan him, but I'll let him be white.
Okay. So, let's see, what am I doing? Intelligent against a wizard. Okay. Yeah, this goes. Not great.
He also has proficiency in dragon chess, so good luck.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Back to
No,
back elves.
I actually don't.
No, that's.
is that Tegan? Oh,
That's
Lucar.
like- yeah.
Lucar, I think, has.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Put you in
I'll
Okay.
checkmate you in one move.
Marius, it seems that this character has put you in check less than 4
Huh.
moves.
All right. Let's see what I can do.
Give me another roll, see if you can get out of it.
Okay.
Then go ahead, Varys, roll to see if you can put him in checkmate.
Okay, you can chill, buddy. You don't have to roll
Oh,
back
shit.
19s on
4
me.
moves.
Oh shit!
Checkmate.
And then they're showing off already.
Wow.
That was almost a nice recovery.
You have to teach me.
Yeah, I'll play the white. You can
Oh, okay.
learn. And I'll make my first move, which is not as good.
Hey, the opening move is the hardest, man.
Yeah. I'm playing a fun opening I never used to play.
Varys, you put Marius Varys. Oh god.
Marius Varys.
Varys, you put
Various
Varys.
and Morris.
Various, you put Varys in check in a number of many moves, but you're able to get him a check. Can you get out of it? Truly the question, Varys.
Oof.
Oh,
Varys,
it's
can
spun
you
on that
checkmate
one.
him?
All right.
You do.
Cool.
Hey,
You knock
we
it
go.
back. The second game.
Ow.
Thanos, go make a perception check. And then Maldor, if you're eavesdropping too, go make a perception check.
Sure, why not? I'm good at this.
Yeah, Maldor with a 9. You're trying to distinguish between the whispers. You hear a total of 4 voices coming from inside the room, but not much of context. It does stand to you that some of the voices are of different statures and presentations. Thanos, you're able to kind of clue in. Conversation right now is really directed from Narcissus, who's been a voice of delegation at this meeting in the war room, and of another who has more of an elegance to their voice and a very regalness of presentation, who is pointing out several landmarks of fortifications that Aluda has where they will need to be targeted.
okay.
I think I'm kind of like scanning Marius up and down a little bit, like as I'm playing. Just being like, you don't seem like you're part of the Orc chieftain tribes.
Very perceptive of you.
You also seem like you don't like to talk, so it's just okay.
Just play. Oh, damn, you opened up hard too, huh? Damn.
Okay.
Throw me off my game, man.
Get him in check again.
Okay. There we go. Staring deeply into your soul.
Oh, it's a good thing we didn't have combat today. Holy crap.
Maris, you fight off of that check
yeah.
and you come back. Maris, you're beginning to scramble here. Maris, can you get them in check?
Let's do this. Oh, yeah.
Can you get them in check? Maris, can you fight
Mhm.
out of it now?
If
Ooh.
Varys loses twice, he will pull out a knife.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
no. What a
All right,
night.
Marius, can you finish it with the checkmate?
No.
Oh.
Damn,
Marius, you
okay.
squeak by, barely able to defend yourself. Now it is pretty much pawn, king, maybe a couple pawns and a king at this point. Pretty much chasing each other into the corners. Could be a draw. You take it as one
See.
if you wish.
Oh,
Or
he's
you can
going
try to
for
find
it.
it
Okay.
out.
Pushing
He's going for
it,
the
yeah.
kill. I respect that.
All right,
What
so
a
you
send
get to the corner. You try to offer a draw at this point, Varys, or try to find out of it.
Nah.
Okay, let's do this.
I'm having a lot of fun. This is
Alright.
the most fun Varys has had in a long
16,
time.
Varys to try to find out. Marius, go ahead and make another roll to try checkmate.
Ah.
16, can you find out?
Alright.
Got a 14
keep
here.
Going.
Keep going. 21 gets you in check again.
If you somehow get out of this one, I'm gonna be pissed.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see.
All right.
Oh,
there we go. Hey.
And, all right, Marius, let's see if you do it.
Can you close it out?
Oh yeah.
17. Marius
Yep.
closes it out. In the nick of time, like one more roll set. Well, that would have been the last move.
Would have been, yeah.
And that would have been a drawn dragon chess rules. Or how many times you were squeaking yourselves around the board.
I'm gonna reach out my hand as like a good game handshake.
And that was a really good game, so I will shake back. Psych, Eldritch Blast. No.
Thanos is just shaking his head in the corner. Fucking nerds.
I'm gonna,
Damn. That's neat too, man.
I'm gonna try something just because I know he doesn't like to talk. I'm gonna try telepathically communicating. Be like, what's your deal? Why are you here?
You hear screaming.
That would be so wild.
It's actually just a bunch of kobolds in a metal suit, and they're just like.
That would be the greatest character.
I figured out to get to his character in the first session.
Damn, I already got spotted. All right, that's it. Gotta roll new character now. All right, so you're telepathically asking me what's what was it? What's my deal?
Yeah, what's your deal? Why are you staying with X?
Wow, this place just fill up on us. Oh shit. I have a common goal, similar to Ukar.
What is that?
Well, I'm after the is his name Tinkerer? That
Yes, the Tinkerer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm after the Tinkerer.
Oddly enough, so am I.
Mm.
We actually ran into the Blood Knights back at the Windy Tower. Defeated 2 of them.
Very good. And you're alive.
Do you have a silvered weapon?
I don't.
That is a very important thing to get. Otherwise, you will not be able to harm them. I don't know if God would have the enchant a silver weapon for you, but if he doesn't, speak to me after all this is over. Maybe I can help you out. The more people hunting that bastard, the better.
Hmm.
Or then I'll
Appreciate it.
get up and go meet Maldor. just so that I'm around my party.
I don't want to be around him anymore.
You just scare me, I think, is kind of the thing. 'Cause you're very intimidating looking.
I'm the same height as you, but I'm built.
Yeah, you're like a brick shit house, and I'm like a beanpole.
So, Maldor, you witnessed more and more characters arriving into here, and it's just more of the same, right? Of the individuals that I had described. Some goblins, right, coming in, others with kind of more regal attire, that sort of thing, and they're bringing their own sorts of silver and gold kind of goblets, that sort of kind of almost like just more elegant cutlery and that sort of thing. And some cooks now are coming out of the kitchen, which is over here, and they're kind of giving ribs and other sorts of hearty foods that have been hunted and foraged onto the plates of these individuals, which kind of look towards them. They raise an eyebrow, and it's almost like they got nothing better, so this is what they're going to eat. Maybe more used to maybe some more elegant dinners and that sort of thing, and this is extreme. This is not just rustic. This is like we're below rustic right now in terms of level. And the cook comes up to you. See this orc draped with a bloodied apron, greenish tinged skin, 2 incisor tusks, grabs a massive rack of smoked grilled ribs, and looks towards you. Food.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
A nearby orc carrying platters, all these kind of hollowed, scarred, charred wood platters, just drapes the ribs onto it and kind of pushes towards you. Then from a knapsack, they pull a kind of like a burlap sack tied to the hip, grab a loaf of bread, they put it onto the ribs for you. Looks toward you. You have drink.
Do you have drink?
Yes. You need drink.
Certainly, that would be appreciated.
See is another cook making way around with a large bucket and a ladle, and a pitcher inside of it is filling up cups and certain things. Make way towards you, hand you a cup, fill it up with a pitcher, and they continue to make rounds away after being whistled by the one who gave you food.
I think at that moment, now that Maldor's not talking, that Ferris will telepathically say, "You see the one in the black helmet?"
The large one, yes.
Yes, he says he is here to hunt the Tinkerer.
It's a
But
dangerous call.
I don't think he has much experience because he said he doesn't have a silver weapon, so I often make him one. Get one himself.
Charitable of you. To be
Well, it's
fair,
more-
we didn't know it was necessary until a few days
Right.
ago.
That's what I mean. I think it's just more people that could take out Blood Knights, the better. Those bastards fucking tough.
It was rather challenging.
And also, he looks very capable. So
Certainly seems well outfitted.
did you notice the color of his eyes, though?
What about them?
That orange.
Mine the silver.
Right. Good point.
The wrong person to have that conversation with.
No, that's the right person to have that
It is,
conversation
it
with. Probably so used to it by now. It's like, oh wait, yeah, you're right.
It's the wrong and right person to have the conversation with at the same time. What do you think the chieftain is planning? Like, is he going to storm Aluda?
Perhaps at some point. From what we've heard, everything he's done so far has been rather guerrilla tactics of striking the dwarven forces from the hills, retreating, attacking somewhere else.
What's your take on this? Think they have some warriors to do so?
They have the numbers to cause a significant distraction. I suspect he needs something more capable to strike at the heart of the city. But Perhaps enough to get a door open. Create an opportunity for someone else.
Thanos still needs one more stone to complete his, correct?
I believe so. No. Haven't really been keeping track of them.
It's 3 to complete, plus the one we have.
Sounds correct.
I'm pretty certain. So, we somewhere...
Keenman!
Yeah,
Keen-
I mean, I know.
Sorry, Michael, but the desk lowering as you say that.
This looks like he's ascending, like the
Yeah.
Creed song higher.
Keen-
Keenma. God, I lost my train of thought.
The stones.
What do you think? I guess Thanos would check, but at some point we have to get the last one. Go to Aluda? Or maybe while we're in Aluda.
I suppose we
I
need
don't-
to figure out where it is, or at least what direction it's in.
Yeah.
My initial plan was to come here and offer an alliance with the Oak Chieftain in exchange for our knowledge of the encampments of the dwarves, since we had done all of that scrying and research before we came out here. It's possible they already have some of that information, but it seemed like a good enough reason to talk anyway.
They also just offered an alliance without really asking much of us in return, other
That
than
was-
fighting on this side.
Unexpected. I almost feel bad for dominating his goblins now.
These goblins are, let's face it, pretty fucking dumb, though.
Well, they did try to attack me. One of them stabbed Tegan with a butter knife.
Yeah, Tegan hates them now. But even, like, when we were fighting the... even when we were fighting the water elementals, they brought bombs onto those fucking pieces of wood they called boats.
Was effective.
It really wasn't.
Seemed effective.
It looked cool. They did so little that they could have blown us all up, so... I don't know. Terrible.
At least yours were doing something. Mine was riding on my back and putting its hands over my eyes.
Oh, that's why you kept missing. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Couldn't really tell. Let's see what this chief has to say.
You think we're going to be summoned? I didn't want to interrupt, but at this point, I feel like we're being left out.
So, Maldor, you did see there was another orc that did enter in the north side of that war room. They were a gruff, fully plated orc wearing one of these orcish engraved symbols into their armor. They had 2 mauls onto their back, and the metal is most likely dark steel of that plate. They stood about 7'4", and they had large ears, 2 incisors, 1 chipped, 3 lip rings, a ring on the brow, and they had a very sort of like wide face with that green tinge of the skin with black eyes. And the hair is very greased and kind of matted as it falls down just below the ear. They ignored everything that's happening in this hut. They just simply walked into that room without really an invitation. And then some moments later, there are other orcs that are coming in, these ones wearing dark steel studded leather armor with a trio of daggers and a duo of short swords and bandoliers and straps. They are very wiry, tall. They all have a pony that kind of comes down. They have a hand of black that grabs onto their ponytail that holds it. The variety of different sorts of skin tones, mainly orc in terms of the race. This kind of is reasoning as they're looking around and they're kind of scanning the room. They have some authority about the space. One approaches you, Thanos, as they wrap around the corner. They look towards you. Stare. Could I help you with something?
We came here to meet the orc chieftain and heard his voice in here and didn't want to interrupt, as that is rude.
They open. As you were. Great Chief Ukar welcomes all.
Do you think we could just walk in? Wouldn't mind.
I guess that is my introduction to go in, huh?
Starting to suspect as much.
Let's see what Thanos thinks, and I'll stand up and see if he's still in the corner. Excuse me. I think Thanos walked in.
He looks a little different.
He looks a little different.
Oh yeah. Flip back.
Yeah. I'm gonna just gesture for Maldor to come with. Walk in.
As you come in, you can see a map with numerous tokens upon it, most likely pieces of dwarvish runes that are kind of in different intervals, either holding like kind of like an axe, right? And they're wood, so they've been carved wood, right? So kind of holding an axe. There's another one with a shield. There's another one with a backpack on. Right, and so they're kind of these places, and they do actually relate into some fortifications that surround Aluda. Primarily, the map is of Aluda, and then around it would be some of the fortifications, the Nzatvars. They have numerous amounts of pieces upon the harbor, and the harbor has a particular name, and most of these places in Aluda have particular names, and they are actually pointing out the dwarfs that founded the city. It took many different families, houses of dwarfs during the Great Voyage, and they all had almost like a piece of it, and mainly named after masons, like master masons, that kind of negotiated the design architecture of the city, because it is a plateau city. So it sits onto a plateau, and it is very much ingrained into the plateau, and a slab of rock sits at the backside of the city. So picture for yourself on the map, it's like a semicircle in a way, and how it kind of sits in the backdrop of a rock, and then there are these ramparts that are leading off of it and going to various places. The first thing, an observation that I'll tell you, is that the city actually has a railroad in it. And that railroad has now been built to connect to Notrolog, which is one of the main bridges known as the Starlight Bridge, which crosses over to Fork in that direction, so west from the city. And then there is one going north, and that is the direction of Ravsha, and that is the city that Clan Gilgal has. They have built a track, and that is labeled upon the map as well. And you can see that there is numerous amounts of sorts of these tokens that are, again, chiseled from wood. And they're either of a dragon or they're either of an orc. And that almost seems to coincide either with Ukar's forces, with Dragonpike's forces. And those are kind of positioned in various places. And they've been attacking... I don't even know if I can push
instantly.
After break, this might be it. I mean, this is going crazy in my house right now. I'm not even kidding you right now. It's going nuts. So the railroad has been attacked. They have done numerous amounts of strikes upon them, and that is shown by several tallies on pieces of parchment that are attached to this map. And they're kind of striking at strategic points rather than taking outright fights on the Nzatvars to fight the dwarfs. So there's attacking logistics and surplus in their supplies. They mention on the map, as well as the wood, that wood that we saw with the dragons that were attacking it, known in common tongue as the gentle wood. And that has a few pieces of patrols of orcs that were in there and surveying, and then there is another piece which is that of the Gray Bear tribe, and that is a standing bear that comes up with this, and it's almost locations in the forest that they've marked with those tokens on there to note that perhaps this is where they will be. Now, going back to the city of Luda, they have numerous amounts of dwarf. What happened? I'll be right back.
R.I.P.
So my token, by the way, Joey, my token art doesn't represent
I
what.
know. I remember
just
seeing
old
it,
art.
yeah.
Yeah. I was describing the new, basically.
I like to imagine I've just been sitting there, like hands on the table, staring forward,
Yeah.
not doing anything.
Like a fucking robot. Just
Yeah. Well, I was staring at you the whole time, just sitting in the corner.
to be
Yeah.
fair, I would have been staring back.
Yeah.
Thanos gives no fucks.
You just look
Yeah.
like
That man
shit.
has 9 HP, and he's like,
Yeah.
I'll pick a fight with any one of y'all motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Noticed how
Thanos
hurt
is
you
a
were, like,
very, as a man out of Marius' own heart.
Okay. Wow, this is hard. Okay. Together. Let's just go ahead and put us onto that map. Easier to describe when I put on distance.
Oh.
Okay. So this is a map of Aluda. This is the map of Aluda that we will use. Process of making a new map. This is one that I kind of took a template of and I was fixing up and stuff like that. So it showcases the rock, how it is kind of pushing and encroaching upon the city. Now, it is more or less that the city is impregnated into the stone rock, and then that serves kind of like as a mountain in its backdrop, right? Rather than that. So the royal steps, that will actually be the highest point of the city. And then behind that, the rock will begin to kind of billow and begin to fall down in the direction of the coast. Now, the upper steps and the lower steps, that separates. So lower, upper, and royal steps, those are going to separate the actual districts of the city. And the epitome in the top is going to be the Granite Keep, and that is surrounded by a moat with a massive drawbridge. It's very similar to Worm Rock in that there is a actual fortification between two sets of drawbridges that lead into the keep. It is very large, the moat. It's not something you can just vault over. It's a number of hundreds of feet, and it's very kind of almost like a crater lake that sits at the top of the plateau, and the keep is at the top of that. The districts are separated primarily because of the inhabitants that live there. The royal steps, those will only be settled by the dwarfs that will be reigning over in Herwick, which is the Democratic Council and the Union, right? So, or sorry, not the Democratic Council, but the Democratic Union between the dwarfs. And so the royal steps, that is going to only be comprised of Clan Gilgal at this point. That is spoken about at the War Room. That is going to be a place that when they're talking about their plan here and the steps of motions that they're going to be doing, they talk about this, that they're not going to attempt to move into that area. That would be suicide. There is hundreds of soldiers there and walls that stand near 40 to 50 feet of solid red rock stone. And the towers have their own inner compartments tunneled into them with the tower stand. Those are solid pieces of stone. Towers are armed with cannons.
I
So-
was gonna ask,
Yep.
when I look at like the war map, are there positions of where the dwarves' camps and stuff are, like where we were told by Bruga the dwarves' positions were, or are they a little off?
So this map is just of Aludis. So the Inzatvars are going to be like around this. So this is going to be like what's depicted a little bit in the center of the map, and then the Inzatvars are going to be around that. No, those are spot on. Those are exactly where they're supposed to be, and they actually coincide with the roads leading either to Ravsha, Noktralog, or Thralmok. And those Inzatvars are served as forts for the dwarfs to send their things. And it seems by this map that they are heavily fortified, not as a great extent as the Royal Steps, and they have not been attacked by Dragon Pike or Ukar's forces because they do not want to take a fight that they cannot win. They cannot lose soldiers. And in the communication, the conversation just out of character, is that they don't want to kill innocent life. And so they also negotiate when they're talking about the Unzatvars and the fortifications and going through this one or that one, right? Or even the dwarfs and the Royal Steps. They mention, what about the armory of Enherwick? That will have a large amount of fortifications, a large amount of forces, right? If we are able to destroy that, we can take out the armament of the dwarfs. And then the rebuttal would be, but that would lose easily 3 dozen that would be defending that armory. They are innocent in Clan Gilgal's takeover of the city. And so that's the conversation. That's why they're striking the railroads. That's why they're striking the road. Because they're going after the supplies to starve them out, to push them back to Ravsha. So going back to the harbor, there is a good amount of dwarfs in that harbor, but the harbor is very small. It actually consists mainly of 2 wharfs with 3 docks to each of those wharfs. The walls extend from the plateau of the solid stone, and they grab around it like a hug. So they reach out and then they grab it, and those walls go out into the water, into the bay, and wrap around those 2 wharfs and the docks. And the switchbacks lead into the mountain and then into the city through tunnels. And so there's large amounts of cranes and operations to raise stuff up from those wharfs, and then also its own track to try to get it up these switchbacks into the mountain to the actual city. But what is positioned where those arms reach, that gap, is known as the Sea Gate of Vasili. And it is a sea gate that they can deploy. Where we're going to go ahead and pick up the conversation. We'll go ahead and leave the map on for the conversation because that's probably going to be easier to do. Ukar holds themselves on the chin as they lean back into the wall. Mr. How goes the tinkering of Rhodey? See as the gold dragonborn in full plate armor that is plated in gold, solid gold. And the helmet fits over their dragonborn head, and the eyes just perfectly shine through, and the nostril kind of protrudes outwards, and some of the phalanges, some of the extra appendages are kind of coming down, right? Those fins and things, and those come out underneath. But other than that, it is all plated. There are 2 horns that come outwards here, and they turn forward. They come forward, and then they rotate back. They have a great sword at the back with a symbol which stands out to you, Naldor. It is the symbol of Helm. And that is on the guard of their sword, wrapped in gold as the handle, with a sapphire-like pommel.
Oh.
They speak with elegance and grace. Rhodey has communicated to us that the Sea Gate of Vasili cannot be penetrated by any sort of submersible. They were attempting to make something happen in Takthar, be able to launch it, and then head into Uthen Bay, to go underneath the gate, but there is netting that goes to the sea bottom. Their tinkerings were not able to go through it. They were retreated back, found themselves ashore and adrift after cannon fire. I have them held out at the moment. Recover from their loss.
To clarify, he said they were unable to cut the net.
So they clarify, Rhodey, this is the name, was built a submersible from Tankthar. Most likely they have a dock there, deployed it into the water, which then attempted to go through the sea gate. Then they ran into a net. And upon attempting to probably cut through the net or get through, they were then attacked by cannon fire. And that most likely is because the submersible had problems. So you're able to catch that.
Okay.
And they're saying now Rhodey is not in hiding, but they're held out, which most likely means that they're wounded. They're being recovered by Dragonpike. They are being healed by several Dragonpike clerics in the Hammer of Moradin. Not within the Temple of Luda, but of that secluded location. You know, as I do, Ukar, that secrecy is needed in both parties. If you want to know the location, I will tell you. Less ears, the better. You see as the Gold Dragonborn turns to the rest of you. Greetings. I am Vestar, Paladin of Helm. Might I make your most just acquaintances? Raise the hand.
Nice to meet you. I am Vers Willow, the heir to my house, and member of the Ill-Fated.
I am Thanos.
Maldor growls.
I am Maldo Gentile.
Maldor
Former.
Gentile. As they breathe. You will find no enemy here on this plane. A fallen angel before my very eyes.
Some assistance.
We may speak of things later, but for now, no, there is no illness between us.
Likewise.
Hey,
I too once served in folly.
I heard your plan with submissible did not work. A malfunction with it?
That is what Rhodey has spoken of. That the netting underneath is metallic, and it is electrified. The submersible hit. It was undertaken with a number of shocks, fried circuits. Rhodey barely escaped with their life. They are using improper tools. Their name is Rhodey Nimble Thumb. They are a Ruglar, and also running of an automaton type machinery, factory, if you will, in Aluda. That is where their tools are. It has been taken over. It is now a nest to the Tinkerer.
We got your Tinkerer back underwater, but as a more discreet team of people who had the ability to breathe water. Do you think that would be more successful?
See as Ukar unfurls themselves. Smacks the tongue. There is another way in. See as they look left and right. Narcissus, if you will. Yes, my liege. My great chief. The Shadow Hand has invested a number of resources, not only in the identification of these fortifications of Clan Gilgal and their associates, Blood Knights as well, in those realm associates. But we have also observed that potions for the star. Nimble's workshop is being supplied by the Denkosh, a mining guild from the outfit of Paylene. They are permitted entry, and we have their ship scheduled. See as they pull out a small piece of scroll wrapped in a neat parchment. They undo it and they unfurl. They have a transport ship, freighter, carrying a number of metals and supplies for the workshop. They will have entry through the sea gate and into the harbor. We could attempt to take the ship. Great Chief? Yes, we will. I have new allies now. I believe we have a strong strike force to attack, but in secret.
Great Chief,
Yes.
your force is aware that when striking at the Tinkerer and the Blood Knights, that you need silver armaments to inflict damage on.
That is true, and I know that. Smiles at you. But you are wise to speak, to tell me. Thank you. To one ally to another, it is important we know the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of our enemies.
Just want to make sure we don't go in there at a disadvantage.
Bastar, Rhodey has done enough to see if they can get through the sea gate. With the information, the charter, the Denkosh, there is a ship. 1 week, several days. Be making its way into the bay. Please, allow Rhodey to heal. Allow us to move in. Take the ship, infiltrate the city, and strike at the Tinker and that nest. Maybe we can get back that shop for them. For all they have sacrificed so much. Lost 2 of their sisters. Indeed, Ukar, they have. They are the last Nimblethumb. And we wouldn't want them to perish. We have much to live for. City to take back. Council to aid. Stone Council. Our new allies. I must introduce you to another. Someone I have met with on occasion. Narcissus, if you will. As Narcissus moves. Motions outside of the war room to you, Marius. Motions for
Alright.
you to come into the war room.
Then I will get up and go in.
Ah, thank you, Not. This is Marius. I believe them to be as an equal ally to you. They have power, gifts, and a strong. We get to tap the chest a little bit. A strong heart. They move against the Tinkerer. And they seek to put an end for the abominations that a number of their subjects have become.
But it's quite the undertaking. It must be personal.
Not personal.
So you're just in it for the good of people, eh?
No. Killing,
Oof.
when done righteously, is like a chore. Just has to be done.
That reasoning. Really, whatever your motives are, as long as we are able to take out the Tinkerer, don't really care, to be honest. As long as
Yes.
that big sword you have doesn't end up in my back, fine.
Nobody stabbed you but me, Varus.
That is quite true.
Is our goal to take out the Tinker now? I thought our goal was the Silver Dragon and the return of Aluda to
But my
what it
dear
once
ally,
was.
to take the Silver Dragon, first must remove the pawns. Clan Gilgal, they follow orders. They are soldiers from Ravsha. Their king, Gilvor, leads them. And from there, their ranks, the commanders. They are not pawns, a chessboard. No. They are the squares that our pieces land on. Crush. Our movements must be calculated. Wherever we go, we move on. We need to be mindful of how we step on them. If we are to remove the Blood Knights and their master, the Tinkerer, we will remove their defenses. The king will retreat, hold themselves into the royal steps. And from there, we will make a new plan to get at your dragon.
Also, Thanos, I don't know why, but I have a suspicion that the Tinkerer might hold the final piece of the stone you are seeking. It ends up in the hands. These stones ends up in the hands of powerful people. A lot of it. Think of mine, the black, with the hags, and then with the fae and the swamp. Places that are hard to breach.
We shall find out. As for your tinkerer friend, I have some trophies from some blood knights we killed. Do you think that he would be able to reverse engineer any of the technology and potentially use it to our advantage?
Rhodey's the finest artificer, tinkerer that Dragonpike has to offer. They were master of house in their guild, and their workshop was known by many. Their automatons were responsible for forming the railroad that connects the Nocturlaw, Luda, and Rapture. They helped construct many buildings in the city. And their family has served on the Stone Council for some time. I'm sure they can take a look at what you have to offer and come up with something. But that will take a number of weeks for them to arrive here. Perhaps better left after this strike.
Sounds like a plan.
Which is when?
The ship will arrive in prime position in a week, 3 days, total of 10.
You are certain if we strike the Tinkerer, the king will retreat to the keep?
I am certain of many things, but alas, they are educated guesses. And I will be honest with you, King Gilvor Gilgal. They have made a number of foolish errors in this war. We have attacked and destroyed a number of logistics, capturing their supplies, sabotaging their railroad. And yet they do not move to fortify them away from the bridges or of their mountain pass to Rapture. No, they continue to send scarce reinforcements to rebuild, which are later attacked by the Grey Bear tribe. They still exist.
Could do as well. We are to force him into retreating if we already had a force there waiting for him, rather than having to devise another plan how to strike at him again. We have among us nearby a number of Gilgal deserters loyal to the proper ruling and authority of Eluda, who would see it returned. It occurs to me that perhaps we could attempt to sneak them into various positions, have them waiting in secret.
Could have them in position at the stone spire to lower the drawbridges, and at the silver gate of the keep entry as possible. The
They
Blood
are a few
Knights.
days' journey.
Blood Knights must have a way to get into the Granite Keep. There might be another way to get in underneath the keep, from where the Tinkerer lies. How many days would it take for your spies to move in?
We have them currently positioned at the crossroads. A few days.
We have 10.
That is assuming the bridge is still intact after the dragons.
They're resourceful. I'm sure they can figure something out.
We will speak more of this strike on the Denkosh ship. But for now, we must come to some consensus of this plan, if this is the move we are going to make, or not.
Do you have enough men for dual-pronged assault? One maybe through the Tinkerer's tunnel, as well as with our spies. the planted spies to get in those areas?
Any attack that we make, we are to wage a large-scale invasion of the city. Will have consequences on the citizens of this city. We are a small strike team. We are to take out the strongest of the keep's defenses, the Blood Knights. All that lasts is the dwarfs and the dragon. You after the dragon. Mine take the keep.
Need to find that last stone. We ought to take the dragon.
Yes. You have 10 days then. Be 3 more weeks after this ship for another Denkosh to arrive. We miss it. We'll have to devise another plan.
Do some scouting. See if Kate. But I don't know why, but I have a feeling that.
You cut out.
Oh, I said I don't know why, but I think the Tinker was holding it.
Said what? Sorry, you're like cutting out right at the end of it.
That's weird.
It's like the noise suppression is clamping
Yeah.
down or
Yeah.
something.
I thought the Tinkerer was holding on to the stone.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's you don't know. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I just have a feeling, is
You got
what
a feeling.
Ferris
Okay,
said.
Gotcha. In the meantime, if you have any use of guidance or wisdom, Mystic Zalthu will be here before they depart in 4 days. Tulak is our warsmith. They have knowledge to make a number of weapons and arms, free of charge, if we have the materials available.
Hmm.
This meeting is adjourned. We'll meet again on Mystic Zalthu's departure to finalize preparations. Get to know your new allies, friends. We are in this together now.
One more question before everyone. The
Proceed.
the strike force would include the ill-fated, new friend Marius, and no one else, just us.
It would consist of me, Marius, ill-fated, Star, and, depending on how we strike the ship, Umi and Uma, twins.
Very confident in that.
Adjourned. Thank you for your time.
I'm gonna grab Maldor by the shoulder. Are you okay after seeing Paladin down?
I'm fine. Cannot guarantee that this may not be a problem for us at a later date. But I intend not to start any.
Just checking in. Heads out. Getting kicked out of Helm's Deep, I know must have been very traumatic.
He wants me dead, but I empathize with those who still serve him. So long as they don't try to make good on his wishes, I have no quarrel with them.
Do you need anything?
Appreciate it.
And I'm gonna look at Marius and say, after all the festivities are done, meet me and I will silver your weapon. And then I'll follow the rest of the ill-fated.
Mhm.
Took my fucking pillow.
That's fun. We should retire from this anyway.
He took your pillow.
You saw that? You saw it.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Oh, shit.
That was
That
very
was
much-
DM bait right
that
there,
was
trying to
very
get you into a
much-
fight.
That was very much intentional.
Someone get your boy. Someone get your boy.
I'm gonna get him. Hold me back. Hold me back.
This guy stole my goddamn pillow.
Yeah,
You know,
we
this
were
looks
chill.
a lot
but,
like my room. If you want one of those pillows, I have some.
Is there a place for the cottage to be placed in this camp?
So we can
Oh,
throw
yeah.
it up outside the walls.
There's
Or in the
well,
walls.
there is so much space. It's really important. And the reason why this map just has that open grassland and stuff around it is that that is actual depicted. Like there are some trees that they've cut down to help create the structure, but beyond that, it's just open space between the next tent. And up here on this upper plateau with these bigger structures, there is easily 50 to 200 feet in terms of space between the structures.
The reason why I'm asking is I'm gonna turn back around to Marius and be like, there will be a cottage set up. It won't look like the rest of the buildings. That's where we're staying.
And
And
I
then,
can make it look like the rest of the buildings.
no, don't make it look like the rest of the buildings.
Stand out, dude.
Stand out. But yeah, I think Varus is an agreement. We head off the beds to maybe have a private conversation about how to handle the last stone.
Okay. Not gonna join the festivities around here.
Nope.
I don't know anyone, so is there really no interest for me?
Dude, you guys got your own little group. You don't have to know anybody. You just hang out with your circle and then
Yeah, you
No,
hang out with
right.
yourselves.
yeah, you just hang out by yourselves.
No, we could drink at the.
I think,
Marius, are you gonna be joining them in the cottage?
Yeah, if I'm being offered a way to help me strike the Tinkerer in any way, I'll follow them there.
That man's like, fuck booze. I'm going with them. They got enchantments. They
Exactly,
got
yeah.
fucking magic items.
Sorry. Maldor was actually going to hang back. He was just waiting for Varus to leave.
Okay.
He does want to talk to Star. Is that her name?
Vastar. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting tokens dropped down. I switched people over to the map and realized that this map had not had change up from last time. So you should be able to have vision there.
Oh shit,
And
it dropped
then-
your new token art.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Then we'll go to here. I did notice your artwork had not changed from the previous because Will you back to Scene Adam?
That is a good token.
Okay. So, Malthor, you're kind of lingering back. Right now, it's just having festivities, right? Food and drink is being provided free to everybody here. Ukar has gone back to their bone throne, now being provided food for themselves and eating it, staring at the crowd as other people from the crowd are approaching Ukar and giving their thanks, even some tribute to them, adding to the pile of coin underneath them, perhaps, and treasures. And them just kind of saying, mutter things like blessings and such. Thank you for being here with me, that sort of thing. And then the other characters that were in the war room, Tulak has departed, but others have kind of made way into the room, various places. Obviously, the Vestar has taken your pillow.
So Mallory's just going to walk over, like, stand next to him. Somehow. There we go.
See, as Vestar looks, grabs themselves and sidesteps, then sits down, points towards the pillow for you. After you, please.
Thank you. So tell me more of the Dragon Pike, if I'm not interrupting.
Dragonpike. Fitting name for rebellion against Belzar. We are deep-rooted history. We are led by one in the Stone Council who is kept enslaved, servant to that council and to the King Gilvor Gilgal. They pass orders in secrecy from the Granite Keep to places within the city that we pick up, enacting before things happen. We have built up forces for many months. There are 3 of us that work with Ukar. Me, Vestar, Rhodey, Nimblethumb, which you know of, and Drillgash. Try our best, but it is most difficult. The Blood Knights, they move against us, and their powers, those abominations, they are even more than my divine smite.
Yes, they were rather challenging. We faced a couple of them recently. Took some doing to subdue, destroy.
We have a holdout in the city, in a secret location. It does allow us looks around. Pleasantries like this, but it is no freedom. I am from a place, but I was born to this continent. I was born to a people known as Belnock. They are gold dragonborns that live in the village of Nesquil, worshipping Gold Dragon, now Horan. I left at an early age, venturing forth as an adventurer, going outside of the Crystal Desert and seeing cultures and people was a lot for what I was used to. I have heard of the undead of Ebith, and I set sail for Kingdom Deadmorn in Balthus. There I became one of the village and I took my oath to redeem. I only returned here after I had word that Horan had done something truly horrendous. Great protector, one who stood against so many. Now he served only to destroy. I had only been told stories of what happened in Beelder. But Horan was there. I knew it before they told me. Which is why I'm here. I sailed back to hope to break the chains on the Great Protector for my people. There is history. Looks towards the fire. See as they stare at it. Take a piece of wood and chuck it in. History between dragons. Much that the Belknap can tell you more than I. They had lived. Their stories passed down through their generations. I was told some when I was young. Talked about a period known as the Age of Draconia. Valar. That was the name of the great protectors that stood together. Askuk, Zalrog, Bastar, my name, is an homage to their protection. Belzar, I knew of them much longer. Many years before the war began, before the chains upon Horan were dealt. Belzar was, and I'm sure still is, child of Horan. Not by birth, not by spawn, by love. Belzar was hatched on the Isle of Palm, alone and afraid, with no parents to guide them. Only their instincts. They fished the reefs for food. They built a home on the isle. It was Horan that guided them in the ways of Valar. I know you move against the dragon. You move against Belzar. I must warn you. Belzar does not intend viciousness. They are pure of heart. If you are to strike the dragon, you must be assured there is no other way.
It is our hope to free them from the control they are under, similar to Horan. Any who would part from the control of Damodar and return to their senses should be free to do so, and even more hopefully, fight along our side to end this threat once and for all.
And you move with Valar as well, against Draconis. I have heard
Indeed.
Damodar has reclaimed the name. Draconis was the name, that of the likes of Barry Thune, Tresgol. They were allied with Vodir to rule and destroy the world.
We would see his oppression and tyranny put to an end.
And you
I
are
confess.
yet still guided by Helm, justice to be served. Their
Something you should
control.
understand about your oath. It belongs to you, not any god. You can stand true to it, regardless of any other plane or deity or higher being. You made an oath.
You have been scarred. Your wings have been clipped. I was under the belief you had done so yourself.
No. I was struck down by the one you serve, based on a prophecy and a whisper in their ear, out of fear.
Gods move in mysterious ways. Helm has always been the most direct and just. Why my oath was proclaimed. To redeem. redeem that, likes of Horan and others. When your name was whispered in that room, I thought as much I could redeem you, but I can see that you have already walked the path of redemption. Perhaps you are still yet to finish. And not the redemption that I thought. Redemption back, the good graces of Helm. To stand on your own. That is truly noble.
As it should be for all. I have no quarrel with you. I think your oath speaks volumes about your character. I would just advise that you remember its origin, and that it comes from within.
I will think upon it, and I will seek wisdom. Thank you. To have the voice of you speaks much.
When you have walked among them, you realize the gods are just beings like anyone else. Inaccessible in many ways, perhaps. Different, strange even. But they are just beings. They have a sense of self, a sense of self-preservation. They can be selfish. They can be short-sighted. Does not necessarily make them good or evil. Just that they are not infallible. And even the best of them can fall to selfish motivations.
Your words speak of truth. I can feel not just of Helm, but of others. You have met with other gods before.
Indeed. Or at least those who would claim themselves such. The irony, I was created to defend this entire plane from one called the Devourer, only to be struck down upon this plane to learn that they were already here. However, I would like to continue my mission. But I would see this plane protected from all outside influence, from all those who would try and put their thumb upon the scales of fate and destiny, and the free will of all of its inhabitants.
You are one that stood at the gates of precipice. And you defended against the Devourer.
Indeed.
And you would know most. What you proclaim would tear this plane of existence away from the gods. We could very well lose the magic we possess, both arcane and divine.
It is a possibility. Who's to say that it might not be better off as such?
You still take the title, Fist of Helm.
No. That Maldor died.
And I will not refer to you as that.
I am simply Maldor now. I have no need of title.
After we are finished, I will not move against you if you are to go after the god. I will let fate take its course and allow your wisdom to guide you to justice. That is how you see fit.
That is good. You seem like a good soul. I would not like to cross steel with you unnecessarily.
I would not like to cross steel, the likes one that stood on the gates of precipice. I feel strongly that I would surely lose. Raise the glass to you.
And no one is infallible.
To your justice, Maldor.
To the redemption of all those that need it. We'll stop.
Hear, hear.
If you'll excuse me, I should go check in on my compatriots and see what they're planning.
Of course. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll leave.
Okay. All right. Before we get into the conversation between Thanos, Varys, and Marius in the Pocket Cottage, we'll go ahead and take a break. So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break here. So we'll come back at about 7:43 p.m. PST. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we will see you when we get back. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
All right. Thank you so much for rejoining us as we get back with the session today. The ill-fated. The four that are here today. All right. So Maldor, you will be on your way in the direction of Pocket Cottage. So we'll have a little bit of time here for the three of you. Wait, what the hell? Thanos, what the hell?
Well,
What
I
did you do?
put my updated character. in.
Oh, you did your updated one too.
You
Okay.
broke it.
Yeah.
That's you figured it out?
Yeah.
But you didn't figure out this one, did you?
What?
Watch.
Yeah.
Oh, it does work. It looks good.
You didn't
Oh,
figure out this one. Oh,
But it's thin. It's thin though. It's thin.
look at those cheekbones. Of
Was
course,
mine
it's thin,
thin?
baby.
Oh, mine's
No.
not thin.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
thicky.
I'll fix it. There's a problem with it. Okay. And
Got close
scene.
enough.
Start the fireplace up.
Where in the hell did Maldor go?
Oh. Yeah, I thought he was leading the way. What happened?
I don't know. I'm sure he'll be here shortly. But you should probably take care of his weapon, and then once he's here, we should all have a conversation.
That's a good idea. Marius, follow me. Why is this room dark?
It's like really dark.
Yeah.
No light in your room. I got
Varys
rid
has
of
been
it.
going through an emo phase.
You want some light?
Yeah. It's just in the center. Okay, there we go.
You see a chandelier beginning to grow from the ceiling. And the two eyes of Herbert begins to appear from the center point of it, staring down directly towards you as it morphs. Then all of the candles begin to become a flame. You asked for light. Here it is.
Thank you, Herbert.
What the fuck was that?
Hi, I'm Herbert. See a mouth beginning to form underneath the eyes and the metalwork of the bronze and brass.
This is a living cottage.
You're inside me right now.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that. No.
Wait till you find out where the food came from.
Do you need some food?
Okay. Anyway.
Do you have a? Can you hand me your blade, please?
Yes. I'll give you my blade. Do I have to actually send it to you through?
No,
Oh, I wasn't sure if like there's something to do.
a roleplay thing.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
And Varys will lay it out on his enchanting table and start to silver the weapon.
Okay.
And I think while he's doing that, he's like, "So, where are you from?"
I'm not sure anymore. At least what it's called now.
Oh, a ruined civilization.
Something like that.
Got it. Do you ever take off the helmet? We indoors.
I don't. And then the Mandalorian theme plays in the back.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Well, out of the ill-fated, I'm probably the most open book. So, want to ask me anything? You're welcome.
Okay.
You are just like Thanos, woman. Strong and silent type, right? I do have one question if we were going to be on the strike force, though. What's your specialty? What do you do in combat?
I kill things. I kill.
such a Thanos answer.
More flowery description, please. You know, things I should look out for. Are you a frontline fighter? Do you use spellcraft?
Yes.
Immediately thought of dudes. I was like, I know exactly what to say.
That's exactly what Thanos would have said.
That's
Too.
probably actually what I said in Hierarch.
Right.
What do you call it? A jack of all trades.
Ah. So you have a talent for the arcane then?
Something like that.
Are you studied?
I thought you were asking one question.
I mean, that's fine. You don't have to answer. I'm just trying to be nice.
I don't really do nice.
Fair enough. Well, you're welcome to leave if you want. I'll
Okay.
be done in about 2 hours.
Go back and sit and look at the fire.
That's gonna be my new best friend.
I want to be so friendly to Peyton. It's hard.
I-
man.
I know.
I-
It's fine.
Just gonna sit there and stare at each other silently.
I know.
in front of the fire? Yeah.
I know. I have to do it though, as far as I have to poke the bear.
Like, I'm
This
gonna
is how
get-
you get stabbed.
That's how you get bit.
So you get magic cast on you if you don't fucking answer.
Oh, don't worry. I have my own ideas for that later.
I mean, so do I. It's called detect fucking thoughts.
No thoughts head empty, dude.
Uh-huh.
Rango Brr.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just gonna silver his sword and then
So
wait for Maldor to get
so-
back if it takes him longer.
Really euphemism.
Okay.
But I think I could passively do that, right?
Yeah, I passively silver it. You just have to reduce 20 gold or 2 chaos.
I would like to
20 gold, you said?
Correct.
through the crown reach out to the Rangers and find out if they have an update on the king. Just a yes or no, and maybe some brief information. Doesn't have to be a whole roleplay thing. And then through my Dominion, reach out to the general dude at Fort Flatminer, whose name I'm never going to remember because he's not that important to me, but eh.
Ah,
Wow.
He's not that important to me. I don't care about him. Who gives a
I just-
shit about
I'm just
Michael's
using him
character?
for his,
Get him out of
Isn't
here.
that how everybody in your Dominion works?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rykar Strongbrow is their name.
Rykar
And you, sir,
Strongbrow. I'm going
and
to remember
you,
that now.
sir, write it down. I have hundreds of characters in this game, but you better
I am
remember
writing
every
it down.
goddamn name of them.
Rykar Strongbrow.
That's
Got
right.
it.
You got it. Nice.
Oh, before I do all that, though, I'm actually going to release Master Torvin from my Dominion and tell him to have a good life and go somewhere that's not.
Okay, so are you gonna go to sleep and do all this stuff? Or are you just gonna be like just gonna be
I would
like,
rest waiting on Maldor. Yeah, I'm just going to go in my room and wait on
You're gonna,
Maldor to come in. Yeah, pretty much.
Goddamn.
I'm just like sleeping up against the arrow slit that I have there, waiting for the door to open.
Gotcha.
oh yeah, I forgot you did that.
Yeah, I put arrow slits on. You act like I trust anyone.
Right, we can actually make these. I think we can actually turn them into actual arrow slits now with the reverse proximity.
He's like, I want the room next to the door, and I'm putting fucking arrow slits there. Like,
Hell
what a-
yeah, man.
what a
Thanos
bastard.
is the definition of edgelord.
Dude, there's
No,
too many.
Marius is the definition of edge.
Y'all have too many. We
You ready
gotta
to
balance
edge off,
this
dudes?
party. Come on, man.
We're gonna see whose patron's
Rising.
better by the end of this. We're gonna be like, my dad's gonna beat up your dad. And then the shadow fell. We're just gonna hear.
Here, shut the fuck up. You're my special edgy boy, I promise.
Special edgy boy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's the proximity of the walls and stuff. He can see you as long as he comes up within 10 feet of it, but he's further out, he can't see it. So the idea is like it's kind of like an arrow slit in that way, where you have to be like right up against the window to
Nice.
see through it. Anyways, all right, silvering the weapon. It's going to take some time, so Varys, you'll be in there drumming up magic, if you will. And at this point, we're going to have you, Adam, get onto the scene. Let's go ahead and get a nice little door opening.
Just walks over, takes a seat.
Stacy.
I mean, there is nowhere else to sit down, really. So-
Oh, there's an
We-
entire
we have a
fucking
table.
table.
There's a
He
table.
also has a bedroom.
Oh,
Well, that would be antisocial. Just like walk past the new person and just go into my room and close the door. Like, what am I,
Nor-
12 or 13?
As if this new person loves to be social.
To
I
be
don't know,
fair,
man.
I didn't know Varys was gonna kick him out of his room. Otherwise, I would have went to my room either. So it's fine.
I mean, he was like, I thought you were gonna ask one question. Get the fuck out then. Jesus. Like, what am I doing here? I'm not talking to a
Okay.
wall.
Varys is a goddamn bully, man.
Oh, yeah. Varys is the bully.
Ferris is the bully. Yeah.
Just kick the new guy out of your room.
He's not actually going to say anything. He's going to sit
Yeah,
down,
no.
like, give you the nod, and then just
Oh.
sit there.
Yeah,
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say
Well,
anything.
fuck
either.
me, right? Just exists. All right.
Just existed.
Can we just fast forward then to whenever?
No,
he
we have,
will-
to, we have to do this.
No,
together.
it's 10 minutes of
Yeah.
us just staring at one another. No.
Please don't make me sit
Please do this.
After a minute, he will just sort of like, after staring at the fire in silence, just sort of mention like, these people have become something of a family to me. I trust your intentions are direct, and as you spoke, if you raise a hand against any of them, I will kill you.
Fair enough.
Just continue to stare at the fire.
Enough said.
Hey, but that's the best way to get a message across. I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. Then I'll eat you. Whoa!
Oh, Michael. Whoa.
Wow.
That's crossover.
Whoa.
No, we'll
crossing
feed you to the house.
line.
Which
let Herbert
TOS,
eat
bro? No,
What
no
a Herbert
cannibalism.
Cannibalism. Oh, like
And then
that.
we'll eat the food that Herbert, gives us.
Eat the food. Yeah, eat the food that Herbert gives us. What is it made out of? Your friend.
It's made of people. The more
What the
you
fuck?
know.
That's where Erwin really
Recycling
went.
is caring. That's where Erwin went. Where did Erwin go? Ah, your party doesn't need you anymore. Ah!
You gotta read the fine print on those contracts.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened to Zeph, right?
That's what happened to everyone, man.
Yeah.
Everyone that goes to the pocket cut never comes out. It's a real enemy. It's the real big baddie. Was the pocket
Yeah,
cut
it's the
all
actual
along.
BBEG.
This
Yeah,
is the thing that
BBG.
we brought with us all along.
It was me
The
the whole
ultimate
time. You were the chosen one. You were sent to destroy them, not join them. Okay. Well, does anybody have anything else at this point, Varys? You finished your silvering. Finished.
Yeah, I think
Getting your communications here, Thanos, from your dream sleep. You get the Spy Master. Let's see, they're forget Elmar. I know they're Spy Master Elmar Baltarin. It's an interesting name.
Did you almost forget the name of an NPC?
Oh my god.
Elmar.
I tell
I
you
knew
what,
that
this
one.
is an NPC that I made specifically for your group. So, so if you're asking me, did I forget an NPC that's all of your NPC? Yeah, this is your NPC. Yeah, no,
Yeah, I remember that one. Don't
this
worry.
is Thanos'
That one's
NPC.
important.
I thought I forgot if their name was Elmer. I couldn't remember if I was like I would have never named
Like the
something
glue,
Elmer.
yeah.
I would have never named something
Elmer.
Elmer.
Elmer's glue.
El-
Or the
Mar-
FUD, you know.
Balkarin. So as far as information goes, they have no foothold on the whereabouts of the king and prince, but they are still tracking them, and their investigations are leading them into the Crystal Desert, which is extremely hazardous and difficult to move.
Interesting.
They suggest that they are being pursued at the moment, and that those pursuers have eluded their efforts. They don't want to get. They're not going to get involved in a pitched battle or anything like that. So, just don't
Yeah.
know. And it hasn't been that many days since you tasked him with this.
Yeah, it was only like a week ago or
Yeah.
so.
So the fact that they have that much to work off is pretty good. So
Yeah.
it seems like they fled in a direction, then most likely went into the mountains from there, pushed into it from the pursuance, and they're headed to the.
Interesting. Okay.
I think Varys, once he's done with the silver weapon, he's gonna come out. Oh, let me freshen up a bit, and he'll snap, and then like any dirt or sweat that's on him just like crawls up into the air and then shoots back into his room with a prestidigitation spell. Maldo, where did you go?
Here. No, I stayed behind to have a chat with our paladin friend.
Ah. Y'all are on good terms?
Seems like a nice one.
Oh, right. Marius it was?
Mhm.
Just so it back.
Thank you.
Black weapon.
Do I pay you or give you something?
If you want, I don't care. And I mean, you're fighting with us, so least I can do. Just, watch my back, make sure I'm not killed. That's payment enough.
It's a deal.
So, first things first, right? We need to confirm the location of the last stone.
That
Have
would
you
be
tried to
helpful.
locate it yet?
I have not, however, we are quite far from the city, and presuming it is in the city somewhere, whether it's with the Tinker or the King or what other prominent figure may have it. Well,
We are kind of in the middle of nowhere.
yes.
Do you think that you could talk the chief into letting you maybe go on like a scouting party so that you could get close to the city?
I don't think he cares what I do for the next 10 days, besides the fact that I make sure that I'm on that boat.
Well, that would probably be a decent use of your time if you could confirm it's there for sure or not.
That was my plan, was to use my magic to get close and see what I could do without being seen. Also, having the ability to fly with the cape is handy.
You have invisibility spells, right?
Yes.
So what do we think of the chief's plan?
Seems reasonable. I like that they are attempting to limit unnecessary casualties, given that it's effectively an occupied city.
I don't think with Marius our battle strategies change much. Unless you're you know some kind of magic I don't know about. You seem like a frontline fighter.
What's your usual strategy?
Kill shit.
Send our frontliner fighters in, buff them up with time magic, with our bards, inspirational magic. Kind of let them go to work. I personally focus on space and time magic, so gravity, altering time, that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
Speaking of magics, don't know if now is the time for the conversation, but I'm going to have it anyway. And I want you guys to know that no matter how you may feel about it after, my goals still align with yours, Maldor, the freedom of people. Varys, your contributions to knowledge and the arcane. I had other things typed up for other people that aren't here. As you are aware, I made a deal with Orsilis, and I told you a little bit about what that magic can do. However, before we go into the city, in an effort to keep casualties to a minimum, I feel my gifts may be more needed now than ever, and doing them in the shadows may not necessarily be possible. One of the gifts that I was given is the ability to alter people's perception of myself. An example of this would be when we were at the fort, Flat Miner, and we were taking it, and I was able to charm the commander there, allowing us to not have to needlessly murder dozens of dwarves who are simply following what they believe is the right path. That said, with enough focus and enough control, that power can be used more definitively.
So just so we're clear, you now have the same power that the people who controlled you your entire life is on you.
Not quite the same. Um, Mine does not change their whole perception of the world, nor their perception of me. So they will see me as an ally where they may have once seen me as an enemy.
An ally.
A friend.
Like- Is it ally or master?
Depends on how far I push the control. As with the fort, I did not wish to push that control, and that is why we only got 2 months, is because I actually had to convince him that it was the right thing to do. And while you think on that, I'm going to throw out another piece of information. And do with this one what you will. I would like to send a letter to the Lord down south, offering, and I'm going to kind of poke the crown just to make sure Orsilis is listening, because I'm only going to repeat this once. I would like to offer a portion of Orsivis's undead army as frontline cannon fodder for the war, so that way they can stop taking conscripts from the farmland. As we're aware, with Baldur's Fall, Bealdur's Fall, people are a finite resource. In exchange for that, I'm going to ask him to give the Council of Fates control in a similar fashion to what we have with Fatehaven over Fort Farron and what's left of Olathan after the economic crumble. Another thing that I'm going to throw into that, given my connection with the undead, would be giving up my authority on the Council of Fates. Because there's no way that a Talthar will do business and give land to somebody that is allied with that. But it would save lives, increase, chances against Damodar, and realizing that we're going to have to fight this war on multiple fronts.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, to use the undead in the swamp to extend Fate Haven's influence in a nation that's crumbling, but by
And-
renouncing yourself from council, you won't directly benefit from that?
Correct.
What's your play here?
The preservation of knowledge and lives.
What knowledge?
The knowledge that any of those people in those farmlands may have on how to raise those crops, or any of the blacksmiths that are getting conscripted may know techniques that others may not, methods, tools, ways of life. People are a finite resource. The ones in the marsh have already been used. They may as well serve a purpose in slowing Damodar's war to the south.
The only problem with your entire plan, other than what we may have to say about it, is that you are going to reach out to who is basically the king now. He's the only Talthar alive that has a claim to the throne. And by doing so, you're going to reach out to a paladin about using an undead army and succeeding his land to an organization that is supposed to be part of his country.
It wouldn't be ceding his land as much as, think of it like a province within a territory. You guys would simply have control over it versus how it's currently being ran.
He's not. He might agree, even if you might agree to use the undead army, he's not going to agree to lose. I mean, he barely agreed to give us Fate Haven.
That was
that was-
before he was king and Bealda was.
Rita. I suspect, if anything, he'd be more likely to give up land than to willingly work with the undead. That's tantamount to spitting in his face.
But it's saving the lives of his people, which is where I see that fighting monsters with monsters may be an option that he entertains.
I see the value of your pragmatism. I just do not think that he will. He is a man even more principled than I, who would die on his own convictions.
I mean,
Do you
instead
agree?
of ruling what is left of the country, he won't leave the war front.
If anything, if you were to make such an offer, it might be best to do it in a more clandestine fashion. It's not that we could not use the lingering undead. Frankly, if they're destroyed in the process, would make me happy. But perhaps we send them against prime targets ourselves. Just offer him assistance and not be very specific with the details.
Also, your goal is to preserve knowledge. Why the strings attached?
Because I do not believe that when this war is over, the Talthars will still exist, and I would like to maintain some structure to society when that happens.
Perhaps.
So that's the root of this, right? Is to make sure, which, if we're being clear, 100% everything on the table, to ensure the Talthos are so weakened. You know, because if we take Alathan, that is their main port city. That would weaken this country severely. They would be so weakened by that, with the loss of trade and income, that it wouldn't be difficult for whoever the leaders of Fate Haven are, probably not me at that point anymore, to take over the country. I didn't sign up to fight Demodar to overthrow Talthos. I did it to ensure the protection of Glovia and Greater Glimmark from something like this happening to them. But if you do this to them, you're all but assuring that even if we do defeat Damodar, that another war is right on the edge of that. Because he won't let it stand. Even if he agrees to it now.
There's wisdom in what Varus is saying. If
That
anything,
is-
I do believe that they need help. I don't particularly want to fight their war for them. But rather than offering them an exchange where it seems we are bargaining for something, perhaps we simply offer to take stewardship over Fort Farron and the areas south of Norfolk. Probably not all the way to Olathe, because I believe Varus is right. That cuts off a key entryway into their territory that they might need. In the auspice of that, we will help defend it as our forces grow, as our town becomes more self-sufficient and prepared for conflict. It would make sense that we could offer our aid in securing those locations. We already control the waterway up to Fort Farron anyway.
Also, to be clear, Glenmark is sending soldiers here. There is no guarantee, and it's something I thought about when I asked for aid in the first place, but I felt like it was necessary regardless, that the leadership in Glenmark doesn't decide to annex this area itself. With a weakened Talthar reign, they could choose to make this a colony.
The Talthars could also see us inviting Glenmark as a sign of distrust anyway.
I mean, regardless, it needed to be done. Do you feel like regardless this needs to be done?
Damodar needs to be slowed in the south, yes. They have lost the Justa cause and they have lost Bayalder.
Then do not ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness later.
Well, what I don't want is to send them down there and the Paladins start fighting and it just become a three-way battle. That doesn't serve any purpose but to speed up Damodar's plan.
Well, not saying that. I'm saying send him a letter, tell him what you are doing, and do it.
Sure.
I find wisdom in that. Again, though, I would not necessarily send them directly to the front line, but perhaps find a way for them to help without getting in the middle of all the paladins. Even unintentionally, that type of magic does not sit well with the dead.
Perhaps
And also, how good of control do you have on it? Guarantee that there will be no infighting? That the undead won't choose to attack these paladins?
Or anyone else for that matter.
I suppose once they get that far away, it may be a bit of a harder.
Yeah, you're trusting your patron to be straight with you and do exactly what you want at the cost of his influence on this plane.
To be fair, this was his deal after Grugash. He wants Damodar dead just as much as the rest of us, if probably not more, seeing as how long it took him to grow and manipulate Grugash.
And I know I'm raising a lot of objections. I mean, political schemes are more of my thing than anyone else but you have to think of what you want, right? At the end of this, if we defeat Damodar, do you want the Talthars gone?
I don't care either way, and that is why I'm trying to assure that there's something left to rule by somebody, whoever that may be, whether it's those of the council that wish to stay or the Talthars.
Because ultimately, my problem or my worry, being someone that has a little bit of understanding with political dealings, is that if you don't keep a power structure in place, if there's no one to rule after the dust is settled, there'll be a civil war.
And that is what
Now,
I'm trying to avoid.
if you don't have the Talthars, or let me see how I can word this. If the Talthars are severely weakened, and you strengthen the presence of Fate Haven and the Council of Fated, and you extend its borders as a providence, you could even say it's not its own country. What happens when citizens of other cities like the way we run things for a religious institution?
The same thing that's happened in Olathan, where Olathan has kind of free reign, and they had a fighting coliseum, and the bloodshed and the tears and everything was allowed to be satiated.
You think that will be enough? If a city like Othema looks at what Fate Haven's doing and saying, you want that instead?
I find it hard to believe that most of Othema would say that, given that they are connected to the Sun Tree. But yes, I get your point. We have also only explored a small portion of this continent. Looking at the map, we're talking about less than a fourth of their control.
Yes, I understand that, and I think you make a good point. The only problem is you're talking about the major cities here. I mean, below Alathan, what major city do the Talthar still hold?
That's fair.
When you
I
get
don't
below
actually.
Alathan, can I do a history check on like what the power structure is like
Yeah.
on the southern part of the continent?
Sure.
Oh,
Natural one.
great. I'm gonna chrono shift that
Okay.
because I feel
Might
like
as well.
this is
Might as
important.
well. Sure.
There you go.
Hey, there you go. Let's go.
Attaboy.
All right. Well, I'll try to keep it simple. Whenever I get onto these modes, you know me, I start talking about all sorts of crazy
Right.
shit. So I'll try to do the best I can. I think what's important is that we get, for you, Peyton, it might be better for you just as like a player in terms of like if I give you dates of stuff. So
Okay.
I'm gonna run through some dates here, and I'll let you kind of come through on those. Now, Arthuria, prior to the rise of the Telthars, which occurred at 3,350 Taurus, 3,350. That is when the rise of the Telthars. That's when the Telthars came to reign. When the Telthars came to reign, prior to that, right, we had the Sular kingdom. We know this, right? Both kingdoms are very similar in terms of structure. They had a king, they had their house lords and ladies, they had dukes, right? Duchesses that served over like territories that were more almost like remote, right, outside of the reach of House Lord ladies' territories of control. And then they're both monastic in that they rule with divine, that they're paladins or clerics, that they solely believe in one worship. They're not going to be like religious persecuting people because they worship another religion or anything like that, but they enforce and they put the coffers of their treasuries into the temples and into missionaries and spreading religion. That's what they do. So imagine in like Baldur's Gate 3, they had like that tabernacle with the different altars and stuff like that. There like would only be one altar, and that would be Pelor, and they would invest money into that to build those. And that's why the worship of the sun god in this continent is pretty widespread. And it's the work that the Sular kingdom is doing for thousands of years, and then the Talthars now. So when the rise of the Talthars, when that took place on that 3350 Antares, the entire regions of Ethrina and Uther, which is essentially the entire south of the continent, was not under control by the Talthars at all. They had no control over that. They had no influence of that, because that was maintained by two kingdoms at that point, which actually separated away from each other. You had one vassal kingdom to the Temerian Republic, which was ruled over by the Mad King, later named the Mad King. And then you had the kingdom of Uther, which is what they named themselves over the region because of the almost independence. They wanted to proclaim themselves of this region. They had rich jungles and sorts of investing into magics and stuff. They essentially were becoming their own sort of like elvish republic as they were developing. Their capital was Chandrinar. So that was one that we know of, we've heard of, and we've heard that there's been destroyed right during Damodar's overtaking and things. That was one of the targets of Damodar, was Chandrinar, in addition to the Wizard's Keep. So they led conquest. The Talthars led conquest, and they came down. They laid first conquest to the kingdom of Uther to get rapport and relations with the Temerian Republic through the vassal kingdom that the Mad King ruled. They did that in addition with betrothal. There were now marriages, and so the Talthars became half-elf. So government structure. We'll now get onto that because I'm laying the foundation. I'm not going to go further into that. Just government and stuff and structure. The Mad King wasn't really like a ruler at that point. They were like a closet shut out inside of their manor. They wanted nothing to do. And it was always the Temerian Republic. It was always the houses of Elyon directing Mirren, which is the palace that sits in Merlandar. And it was held by a council. And that council was a number of appointed figureheads, house lords, ladies. There was dukes, duchess, barons. So there's all these different assortment of people. And they each had not like a territory about the land. They actually just had their own manors inside of Merlandar, and they particularly were highborn. So they were born from Elyon, or one rapport and enough with the Republic and the houses of Elyon to be deemed worthy by that status, which is something of like getting into the colleges, the universities, going to the fancier parties, that sort of thing. And that was just their little slice of Merlandar that they had. They had their own soldiers, so some of them had their own guard, and they positioned themselves at their manors, and they would lay claim. I'm going to talk about the territory. No one owned the area around. They then would lay claim to a resource because they were colonials. So they then would say that, the southern Niflheim, I've heard that there is rangers in there that guard the forest. Well, let's march some of my soldiers down there and see if we can extract some of that fine ancient wood we know those trees to have. I wish to build a few more houses for the district in here in Merlandar. That's what they would do. And then they would build settlements in towns out there that were already under populations of people. They would just kind of come over top of them and then put themselves there. And then they would instill the native population into the government and those villages and towns and say that you will have to come back to us and Mirren, pay us taxes, follow our laws, and in exchange, you will be given riches of the Temerian Republic. You'll be given finer buildings and clothes and resources. Right? Now, those particular figureheads in the towns, they would have their own smaller councils underneath them, which was essentially just people living in the village and stuff that had a little bit more nobility that from their cultures. And they actually had a particular name depending on the land that they were kind of from or kind of around them, right? And so they almost subdivided the region into provinces. And then that native figurehead would rule over. That's an Elvish. It's an Elvish name. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Because this one is one that I always forget.
Is this going the way you expected?
This is what you wanted, right?
No, I was
Yeah.
talking to
No.
Ned, to Deuce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have other plans.
Kondir. They're known as Kondir.
That's the noble people?
That is the native figureheads that were put in charge of the villages and stuff, and those still
Okay.
exist. They still have Kondirs. That's something carried over even if the Talthars took over them. So now, modern day, Talthars rule the continent. But how do they govern down there? They govern because of the Palace of Mirren. Mirren still holds the laws, following through, instills those into the Kondirs, proves their infrastructure, proves the resources. Just now, instead of the Temerian Republic giving that stuff, it's the Talthars giving that stuff. Which you could imagine right now is next to nothing. And so you have instability between these people and where they're getting their resources and stuff from. And so, yeah, it's kind of adds to the picture a little bit.
Cool question. Is that where Lady, let me go back and...
Sindar Elena?
Elena.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Is that where she's
Correct.
from?
She is the head of the council at Mirren. So she is the one who directs that council.
We should really talk to her at some point.
And she your
You
history
kinda
check
forgot all about her.
is super good. I'll give you this. That she actually was put in place because of her status with the Temerian Republic. Because after the Talthars took over and defeated the Mad King, which is simply was just walking in Orlando and everyone laid down their weapons because the Mad King at this point was absolutely fucking crazy. Right? There's more to that.
They
how
chose not to
how that
defend
works.
them.
Yeah, because of what happened with Calamar. And so there is so many things that I'm not going to get into that, but they just just gave up, right? And so the Temerian Republic is like, what the fuck, guys, right? Like, what's going on over there? You know what I mean? But they have their own things happening, and they also don't really want to put they're almost like in a way like, is this worthy of our time? Like, because they already extracted most of what they wanted from the continent, anyways. So there wasn't much that they needed, and so. Yeah, and so that's kind of the reason why the lady is the way Sindar Elena is in the position that they are, is because they are able to bridge the relations between the Talthar and the Temerians. And most likely, I'm sure you can probably assume this, given the information you have, but we're somewhat responsible for the Talthars and the Temerians allying against Damodar's Scourge.
All right. I think I got what I need.
Okay. And scene. I'm done.
Thank you. So I'm going to kind of relate most of that. Like, I'll just say I picked out, like, a book, one of my notebooks, and, like, flip through it, and I'll let them know of, like, all the information. And be like, so, this is the deal, right? Where we are, where Fate Haven is the center of the Talthar power. Down in the south, it is a compromise between what was the Temerian Republic's colonies and now Talthar alliances, basically. But the structure is very Temerian in like practice. So if you were the king of this country, or if you were its leader, and you have what starts off as a small fishing village turning into a pretty small town. I mean, Fate Haven's not huge. Becomes Fate Haven and Fort Farron. Becomes Fate Haven and the lands to the south. Becomes Fate Haven and Alathe. What do you think they're trying to do? If you're the leader, what do you think the people in Fate Haven are trying to do? They're not
Yep.
allied with you. They're taking your lands, your most valuable lands, and expanding. You're doing to the Talthars what the Talthars... I mean, not exactly, but you're doing to the Talthars what the Talthars did to the kingdoms in the south. You are rolling up at a time of weakness, and you're taking their lands, and you're really not asking questions.
I believe Varus had a good point with not asking permission. We didn't ask permission for Fate Haven.
No, we
notified.
claim...
Yeah, we simply took it because it needed taking. Similarly, I think we've been discussing this as though the lands and peoples that we are discussing are property of the Talthar. That was never really the case, but certainly not so now. We, I believe, already have soldiers, either of our own or on our behalf from Glenmark, stationed in Fort Farron, helping out with the fortifications. I would simply say that we continue to offer our help and protection to surrounding areas, to the people who live there, not those who would call themselves the owner, king of those lands. Ultimately, it is the people who decide to what nation they belong to, or it should be.
Yeah, what I am saying is be very careful about what you are doing. Because you can go from having an ally in the south to having an enemy in the south and having two enemies that aren't working together but aren't working with you. Right now, having the Talthars is a benefit to us. Having them keep Damodar busy is a benefit to us.
Sure.
But if he what I'm worried about, and he might not choose to do this. This is a speculation I'm making based off of what I would do as if your lands back north become unsure, you have to secure your flank. In the power center of your country, you have to make sure that is secure. He already lost his biggest city, his capital. So what I'm advising, I'm not telling you what to do. I think the Undead Army is a good idea. I think, and I don't care what happens to this Undead Army. If it is destroyed, that is our benefit.
I don't care. This thing could die.
I think everyone's in agreement. Just fucking throw it at something.
Right. I mean, yes, basically, throw it at them. I don't care.
It might be most beneficial to have it. I'm not super familiar with the machinations of the dead as they've been reanimated, but I would imagine they do not require breath. What if we sent them after the dragon that's harassing the boats? Obviously, they wouldn't hurt a dragon, but they might keep it annoyed and busy enough for a while that some boats could actually get through.
That
So
is
you're
a fair
saying
point.
send ships full of undead after the dragon?
No, just send the undead. They don't need to breathe.
Can they swim?
They don't need to swim.
And they
Well, how would-
withstand the pressure of the water is the real
I have
question.
no idea. They are zombies. I don't know.
Right.
If
they
they
could
can't,
still
then
die.
we've gotten rid of the undead army, which is a problem in itself.
Yeah, Wolf of this isn't going to let me just kill the undead army. It needs to serve a purpose.
Well, it does serve a purpose. It's just questionable about the mechanics of the biomechanics of zombies
Right.
underneath the ocean.
So
All
I would-
I'm preaching to you is take a breath, think about this a little bit more, and decide what you want to do.
that is
Do
fair.
you
And
do you want the Talthals as enemies? Yes or no?
no, but I also don't think the Talthars care about this area, and to your point, securing your flank, given the Yzma threat, and they are not reinforcing Fort Farron to the level that we are.
You know why they're not? Because of us.
And that is my
We-
point.
We made a pact through Owen that we would protect the lands around Norfolk and Port Farron. Where can the armies of Ismar cross through? Through the mountain pass by Fort Farron. They have it secured. We're doing it for them.
Was Fort Farron a part of that pact? I do not remember that. I remember us saying that we would keep the undead army outside of.
I believe our original agreement was just for the area around Norfolk, but since we
Yeah.
have sort of taken it upon ourselves to help defend the pass and Fort Farron because it was necessary.
And it would make more sense to make that a formal agreement rather than, as you said, taking the land and colonizing extra
the-
cities.
In the interest of logistics, as long as whomever is running Fort Farron is cooperating with us, we don't really need any buy-in from anyone else.
Also, I mean, yeah, Fort Farron trust us. They're without being in our pocket, they are in our pocket because of what we did there.
Well, their fallback plan is also to fall back to Fate Haven, so they are.
Yeah, the leadership at Fort Farron trusts us almost entirely.
And again, all I was trying to do was make that official.
Right. How can
Yeah,
I say?
I understand your sentiment, but I don't know that it needs to be official. It was
Also,
The
to make it official, how would you do so? Send a letter telling him you're going to do it, or asking him for permission? Because what if he says no? What's your
we
other
would-
option if
we
he
would
says
simply
no?
do it anyway. At that point, we are declaring war.
yes, I am trying to avoid the we are taking this land portion and asking for it and telling him that we will protect it, including Norfolk and Fort Farron.
I believe the
The
plan is
other-
to protect it, and then
Well,
afterwards, if we have to have an uncomfortable conversation with whomever is left,
well,
deal with it then.
the other side of that coin is the conscripts. I would like to put an end to that in the area, given there are only so many farmers, and at some point there will be a food issue.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm not entirely certain that if you sent a bunch of zombies down there, they're going to stop conscripting farmers, though.
They
But it
won't.
may slow the rate. And if we say not from our territory and trade for our territory, we give you the zombies. Zombies over untrained farmers, one of which is a lot more durable than the other. Essentially trading lives for undead lives.
Well, let me ask you this: how fast do you want to enact this?
It doesn't have to be today. It was simply a plan that I had. There's an army sitting in the marshes of Unveiling. I have a deity that wishes to move against Damodar that I have made a bargain with, and I would like to use that to its full potential to ensure that we buy ourselves as much time as possible. We've seen what idly waiting and sitting by does. It leads to the destruction of Bealder. What is to prevent him from sending all of those dragons to Fate Haven?
That's why we're building cannons.
Speaking of, I have 3 of those cannons built.
Excellent.
I don't have the magic.
That sounds great.
That's on Varys and Bruga.
Surely the two of you could figure that out.
I actually, if you remember when we were staying on the ships, I inspected very closely, so I could maybe reverse engineer a way to.
The
What I would, and if you're open to this, what I would recommend is maybe we have a lot on our plate. If we can finish our job here in Eluda, we can take out the Tinkerer, control the Silver Dragon, fully recruit it to our side. I would love to circle back around to this then and devise a very solid strategy on what you want to do.
that is fair.
Also, doing this will raise our prestige, show that we can, as a whatever we are, a burgeoning province, control territory and defend itself. It puts you at a better bargaining position for whatever bargain you have to do later. And by that time, more Glenmark reinforcements will be here. And Glenmark stands with me.
Regardless,
That is
whatever we
fair.
decide would require buy-in from the entire Council of Fates, so it would have to be
Yes.
tabled for a later date.
Until another conversation, yes.
Right.
I just wanted to get the discussion out there and be completely honest before we go into Eluda about the various powers and things at my disposal, given
I don't think it's a terrible idea. I think it needs some fine-tuning. But if your patron is willing to not sacrifice, but use its horde in a way that benefits us,
And also
I don't
stop
see.
making more of them.
I presume that stopped when the hag died, but I didn't actually ask. It's also kind of hard to get more undead if your undead are defending your fort. I mean, unless people are attacking the citadel, in which case that's kind of on them.
I hadn't worried about it much because I'm not sure there's anything left living in that forest anyway that isn't already protected in some way or another.
I mean, other than the fake,
Right, but they have their own hidden enclave or whatever.
There's
Yeah.
the lizard folk, but they, I'm assuming once the undead retreated back to the citadel, are hopefully prosper. I should probably find out and
I wanna
send
check
a
on
couple
them
of
and
spies.
The frogs.
yeah.
No one cares about the frogs.
If we
Undead frogs
start-
don't work out very
if
well.
we start seeing undead frogs, then
You put some
I'm
respect
coming
on
for
King
your
Muck's
ass.
name. You understand?
Or King Muck.
I almost shot King Monk.
that man tried to kill King
Stupid.
Muck.
He was King
Stupid
Muck
frog.
is done so dirty. Every
He's also-
fucking
Everyone
every
always-
group
only
every
person-
group does King Muck so dirty,
Yeah.
man.
The
I
only
even
person in our
had
group
frog
that
speak,
could
and I
speak
still wanted
frog.
to shoot this man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love making
Um,
hated characters. It's so great.
But no, I just wanted to get the conversation started
I
and
just,
let you know.
Yeah, I just also, at the end of this, I'm trying to remind you that these are people who are very zealoted. If we don't align with that, we are not a religious organization. We don't serve the law in any way.
That is also fair, and that's why I did not include Othema in those requests. I included the cities that are most likely to fall into our purview, as long as the taxes are paid to the Talthos.
Yeah.
But
The problem is Alathan is basically the center of their country.
They
Like, as
have
much
no
as-
other access to Runaways now that we've taken over the one leading from Norfolk.
Right. Other than
Oh.
the kingdoms south that have
Except the
access to
far south.
waterways.
Yeah.
I was also going to say, Alathan's kind of operated this way anyway. That's how we built Fate Haven, was off the same council idea. We would just be replacing that council with us to ensure that any request for conscripts goes through us.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
And by us, I mean you guys, who are
Ultimately,
not affiliated with undead in any way, shape, or form.
the problem with that is you are putting a lot of power in the hands of that they don't trust.
Okay? And I think, to your point, dealing with another dragon would prove
It'd make us
beneficial.
look a lot better. It'd make us look like we're fighting side.
The biggest
It-
thing that I wanted, Brad,
No,
out
I
of
mean, go ahead. I don't have anything to say.
the biggest thing I wanted out of this conversation is that if you see something weird in the city when we siege it, friends or allies turn friend or enemies turn friend, there's likely some magic at work there to prevent an unnecessary loss of life or extended combat.
You should also understand that if we don't agree with it, we won't go with it.
And that's completely fair.
I think my favorite thing about this plan is that if you offer the Paladin of Pelor an army of undead, you will officially become more hated by him than I, which would be amusing.
And that is also why I was going to offer to step down from the council so that way that hate does not spill over.
Also,
It would be comical,
To be
though.
fair.
but I think what I'm worried about is at that point, you say you step down. What? I think you'd be worried about your affiliation with us, regardless if you're officially on our council or not. He knows you adventure with us. He knows you're a person who makes decisions in our daily life. Because you don't have an official title doesn't mean much.
It does for after the war.
I mean,
Speaking of
know.
after the war, what happens to the undead army after the war?
Haven't gotten that far.
what happens to you after? Are you going to serve offices forever?
I also haven't gotten that far. Right now, our relationship is interesting. I think Osivus knows, and I'm sure he's listening right now, that I have my own plans and ideas. There's a reason that he didn't invite me to the Shadowfell himself and simply worked through others.
Also,
Well, because his
I
power
mean,
is
are
frankly
you-
rather limited on this plane. The best
Also-
he's got to offer is an army of mindless zombies.
are you
Well,
trying to push him out? Like, what's your end game?
that I am unfortunately going to keep closer to the chest then. Especially given the fact that Osivus can listen to everything that I have to say, so
That in and of itself seems like a bit of a problem.
It also doesn't inspire great confidence in me, but until I see something that tells me it's a problem, you've saved my life, so who am I to not trust you? But I will say, as someone who probably overshares too much and is very open, if you don't share your plans with anyone else, it leads to a situation where, in the heat of a moment, when you don't know if you can trust that person, what happens then?
and that is why I started this conversation by reminding you that my goals are the same as yours. My methods are simply different. I still wish for the freedom and the saving of lives and the saving of knowledge. I wish for Damodar to die. I am simply going about it in a much different path.
I can let that be for now. Then
You seem to be wielding the very chains that used to hold you down. Be careful that you do not wrap them back around your own neck, or become the thing that you did hate.
to be fair, that's my main worry. Did you do all of that work in the marshes unveiling to calm Lady Trillia yourself?
Do
Think
not
about
believe so.
When we first
Because
met, oh, please continue.
I was simply going to say that I have no desire to control how somebody thinks and sees the world, but instead to understand how they think and see the world.
you're no different than scholars in that aspect. It's how you do it that matters.
Yes, and that how is by linking the minds of brilliant people together.
When we first met, and I did not fully understand the nature of my condition, I entrusted you with the task to put me down should it ever become necessary. I extend to you that same courtesy.
And I will take it with open arms.
Let me just say, tell me if I go mad with power before you kill me. I mean, it's a very common thing for wizards to do. They get drunk on their own weave. Let me know if I'm doing some heinous shit before you put me down.
Sure.
And I'll simply control you before then, it's fine.
Fuck no, you won't.
Not Northern Blood.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
But I felt I owed you the courtesy because, as with the Blood Knights, when they went to lay down their weapons, similar things may happen in the city with dwarves that find themselves allied to Clan Gilgal. They may feel otherwise, given a moment's notice.
Okay, well, maybe we should make one thing clear. We're not trying to save and redeem the Tinker, right?
No.
Right, Thanos?
I mean, anything's possible. I don't necessarily need to redeem him as much as understand how he got his power and his knowledge and where.
What the fuck was that?
Was that
That's the
Marius's
spare.
just fucking?
That was the spare. That's Erwin's room. That was him being
Oh.
devoured by Herbert.
No, those were combat screams. They were caught. Their screams inside of your mind when you thought about thinking about the Tinkerer, putting them in your dominion.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think a person who makes half men, half automaton fucking slaves is someone I want to redeem personally.
But you're thinking about this from how he currently acts. Whereas Ukar mentioned that he may have been a wizard of old, which means he very well may have been involved in the creation of the sword that was designed to slay Barry Thune and thus bring order to the chaos, which very well might mean that he is simply a version of us that has gone crazy. Would
Right.
you not want to be redeemed?
I think. So let's make this clear. I would like to be redeemed if I took steps too far. But if I started shoving people into automaton suits and making them do things that they didn't want to do, absolutely fucking kill me.
Seems reasonable.
This is fair.
You know, the beautiful thing about spellcraft and the dangerous thing about spellcraft is as beautiful it is to control the chaos in the world, it's a very dangerous and big responsibility. Do you think someone who has taken their abilities and forcibly made people into monsters deserves to be redeemed? I do not.
I have never come across the situation, but by that logic, we should put the Silver Dragon down as well.
Well, the Silver Dragon is being literally mind controlled. It did make a choice to harm people.
Right.
I mean, from what we understand, the Tinkerer does have a choice.
I want to make something very clear. Make no mistake, we are here for an extermination of the Tinkerer. Show no quarter. There will be no mercy.
I agree.
I'm on board with that plan. Although I am curious, you seem very passionate about this.
That's why I am here.
Marius whispers, penetrate from your helmet tube.
Oh god. Oh god.
Do you have personal experience with the Tinkerer? Anything that you could share with us that might aid in the endeavor of extermination?
Oh god, the whispers.
What?
Oh god.
Do you say that out loud?
No. Dude, if I did that, you guys would fucking kick me
Yeah,
out.
I was about to say.
Have you heard the conversation we've been having for the
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I literally.
We put up with a lot before we put people down, I think.
I have no experience firsthand. It's just my my task.
Your task. You were set upon this task by someone.
Mm-hmm.
And who set you upon this task?
Well, see, unlike you guys, I don't say everything when I first meet someone. I like to at least build some sort of relationship first.
Oh, I
That's
didn't
fine.
say everything. I just wanted to let you know that if you try to betray us, I will fix that.
Oh, I already gave him that speech.
Oh.
I don't have to say it. I figured one of them will fool me.
It was pretty convincing.
So you may as well share your secrets.
I'm actually fine with you keeping them for now.
Perfect.
We'll see
I'm
how
gonna
you-
leave.
There's a spare room. Look, whatever.
The whispers, man. I gotta leave.
I wouldn't stay with us on first meeting either.
No, we.
I mean,
we
I did
sound-
also just tell him that I can mind control people. So like,
Dude, yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
We sound-
I get it.
We sound fucking crazy.
Literally every person in the room with him has the ability to read thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Although we didn't actually tell him that, but still. that's-
Well, he's gone now, so.
yeah.
Oh, you know what I could do with the undead army?
Oh god.
No, that's a bad idea.
I just love the idea of them all walking along the seafloor towards the dragon's lair. Just
Well, so like
Oh,
that
the
actually
Pirates
gave me an
of the
idea.
Caribbean.
I was gonna
Them
say
all-
we could have. So out of character, this is not something Thanos would actually suggest, but Deuce would suggest this because it's fucking crazy. We we have Captain Morgan bring the undead zombies around to the fucking sea gate and let the zombies just walk into the sea gate until it shorts out, so that way they can actually get the submersible through the sea gate.
Do you know? Okay, do you know how long it would take to get an undead army to
To
walk
sail them all the way
under
around.
sea,
or to walk. Yeah.
or even say? I mean, this is we're talking conceptually like half to a year total of time just
that's
alone
fine.
of traveling, and not to mention gathering them all up, and there's more
Another
time
time
to
skip?
get them all together.
We've already had
Another
enough
time skip?
downtime for
That's
For
that.
another time.
Yeah, time for another time skip.
Maldor's other concern is that if we just send them marching somewhere, like they're gonna wreak havoc all the way down.
Yeah, like-
they're
yeah.
not gonna play nice like
Yeah,
all the
they're
way
just
down
like,
to the south.
yeah, like, yeah,
It's
exactly.
like
I have a
Walking
plan
Dead.
for
It's-
that.
It's the herd, right? Like, they're just-
Raids. I mean, like, come on.
You would have to send a battalion of soldiers to make sure they didn't destroy
Yeah,
well, you
we're
don't
using-
march them. You just have the Glenmark mages open some runes of teleportation.
Portals
Do you
and we just
want to
dump them
tele-
out.
you want to teleport
What do you-
undead? Do you know how hard it is to teleport undead creatures? Because they lack what?
They don't have a soul.
They don't got a soul.
Like,
So if you look at canonically,
about
if you look at
You
teleportation,
need a soul
teleportation
in GPS.
usually requires some spiritual soul in order to teleport you, like shifting planes, astral projection. All of that requires some level of soul work. Now you can teleport undead creatures if you're doing it in terms of like cross the land. That's totally possible. Like you can create circles and then just start teleporting them out. But again, it stands. We talked about this. Getting him to march into line formation, pointing at a circle and being like, "I want you to walk there." And you're going to do each individual undead that you're going to be coordinating with. You know,
Or you just get.
Oh, yeah.
they're
Bags
they're stupid. They have no intelligence. See, you could
That's,
throw them in a
that's what
bag
the
of
three
holding.
assholes in armor are for.
you get a
They were at the fucking
dragon
Citadel. Fuck those guys.
to pick them
problem-
up in like a giant net and then just
You
drop
could
them off.
create an
airship.
airship.
Airbomb them.
Yeah, yeah.
You could create an airship and then
Yeah,
you
and then
load
you
them
can
all
move
up
them there,
into it.
yeah.
Zombie
we
airstrikes.
could.
Yeah.
Then Steven gets his airship. I get to drop my undead
Look,
zombies on
You see,
somebody.
I'm already coming up with great
blood!
ideas, and I'm here for one session.
Everyone's gonna have fun.
It's like fucking D-Day, man. The fucking got flat guns firing off, and then I drop a
we just
What if
fucking
we built an arcane cannon that fires zombies?
fire zombies.
I mean,
What a
They would be
Yo.
vaporized.
What a
Yeah.
terrible idea.
You use
I'm
them
just
as
trying to
shrap-
destroy the undead army.
Use
Yeah,
them
I
as
mean, you would
shrapnel.
destroy them. Use them as shrapnel.
Shoot them as like shrapnel. Just yeet them into people.
Biological
But if we just
Right.
drop them off the airship and let them not have parachutes and hit people,
They're still gonna splat.
They're-
but
they
that
would
be-
splat.
well, they'll splat, but they'll do damage to
Well,
the
they
people
would
they hit.
splat, but there might be enough left for them to like crawl and nibble. You know,
Well, there's that too, but they also may like hit. You know,
And you have
imagine
okay,
somebody
in
falling
any
on
plan,
you.
in any plan you're gonna come up with here, it has to be approved by Orcivis. And there's no fucking way that Orcivis is gonna sacrifice all their undead being deployed
I
from
don't
an
want all of
airship
them.
parachuting
Just half.
down.
I
I get
think
you
what
wanna-
Orcivis is learning is that an undead army is like only good at one thing, and it's like a short range objective.
Short range objective. That's yeah.
I feel like they should be a contingency plan. They shouldn't be your main like army and go to like person.
Yeah,
Like,
I also
we can't
well,
just
yeah,
send
no,
them
the
to
main
the-
army is the cannons that the
well, I
Talfars
was saying
don't know
that
that,
should
we
be
have
like
that can
your
shoot 4
fallback
miles.
point.
You
You
could
get in
do-
trouble, you fall back and use the undead army to defend you.
Instead of marching with the undead, you could actually just turn everybody that's there into undead.
Well, that's a whole other thing. We're trying to avoid that.
Well, that was OOC. That was in my thing. Is I was going to ask Orcivis if there was somebody that we could send with the army that could turn all of the dead fire giants and shit into zombies.
I mean,
Fucking wild person.
Like, we'll start detect. I'm just Mel was gonna have detect thoughts up 24/7 for the
Yeah,
next
I-
foreseeable future.
Varys hasn't whipped out this spell.
guy.
Varys hasn't whipped out this spell in a long time, but he's about to. Like,
it's like not
Jesus
even a joke.
Christ.
Marius is going to Ukar right now. He's just like, I don't know what the fuck I just heard, but
Okay, you
these guys
got
are weird.
your allies right now. Fucking
Dude,
weird,
it's-
man.
These guys
Yeah.
are weird, man. Like,
I don't know. It is just really funny that Varys is like, you have no idea what the implications of what you're suggesting is gonna happen, and then you're like, yeah, I know, it's just a plan. And it's like, what? You didn't think any
It's
of
a
this
work in
through?
progress.
I appreciate the planning, but I recommend dealing with one thing at a time.
That was what, yeah, that was what
Damodar
Varys-
is the one thing
We'll
I'm trying to
come
deal
back
with.
to this at some point, but
Well,
you
I'm talking about-
crazy motherfucker.
Maldor's
Like,
thing was like, this is a terrible plan, but then he pictured the Lord's face as he read the letter, and I was just like, but I kind of want to see it. Like, I'm not going to be there, so there's no point. Like,
yeah, Varys is over here like, what the fuck is going on? I thought I knew who this guy was, and now I don't.
Nope.
And the conversation started off with like an apology to being like, I apologize for the behavior of what I've done. And like,
I
this
did it.
is-
I wasn't.
Oh no, I was not
I was
apologizing.
just-
I was just telling
this
them what
is-
I could do.
This is what I did. This is what I can do. And I want to be your friend still. But like, I want to march a fucking army if I did.
I tried to get them some territory out of it.
Varys is like, do you want the paladins to
All right.
kill us?
All right,
Like,
all right. Let's
Yes.
let's realize what would end up happening if you marched an undead army. What would end up happening is that the Knights of the Mark would probably think you're absolutely insane and just be like, "That's just ridiculous. We're not going to be here anymore. Like, we're going to go back to Gilvia. We're going to tell the House Lord. We're going to tell him that this is a waste of time. There's no reason for this. This is ridiculous, because undead have no." They generally have no control. Like, that is a canonic in this world as well. They generally do not have any control associated with them. Now, this is one of those moments where you go, well, they do have control, but it's from a source potentially of power. And if you tell anybody that the source of control of the undead is a lesser deity known to the Shadowfell, they're gonna be immediately like, wait, what? And that's what I'm
Even
saying.
if
It's
it's
like,
you, you're like, no,
Yeah.
don't worry, I can control them.
even if it's you, they're gonna be like, what kind of power do you have
sorry,
that lets
what?
you do that? Yeah, so that's where they start kind of coming in.
Right.
You maybe can convince some, more of the unintelligent sort, but you're already getting aid from the Knights of the Mark and of the mages there. They're probably going to fly, they're going to fly the coop if they figure out you're going to try to march an undead army. I'll tell you that right off the rip, because they're intelligent enough to realize they do not want to get caught up in that if it goes south. Like, it's going to become a worldwide event, man. A period of history known as Thanos' folly.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. This was folly. Also, it wouldn't last very long. We would see what the undead did over maybe a 20 square miles, and we'd be like, absolutely
And
fucking
we
not.
just go wipe them all out. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like,
And
all
so-
right, this
and-
is our problem now.
And also strategy wise, just like how you're going to attack with the undead and stuff like that, it really comes into play. They could all honestly, we don't know what happened with Erithune and Trescal right now. We don't know. The fight could still be happening. They could be mutually gone. Erithune could be slain. Trescal could be slain. Like, we don't know. And if that dragon sees an undead army, that's just pickings for days, my man. That's just like, I mean, there's no defenses that the undead are going to have against a dragon like that.
it's just such a. It was such a wild.
I mean, they have to have the same
fucking-
defenses as fucking the untrained, conscripted farmer.
No, because the unscreened
Has free
conscripted
will.
farmer will run away.
Yeah, there's
The
free
undead
will.
army won't
Or
do
go hide.
Yeah,
anything.
the undead army are just gonna go where you're commanding them, and you're gonna be like, "Walk forward!" Dodge it! Ah, they don't have any conceptual idea what that means.
That's fair.
I mean, the
Yeah.
Fort Baron was being attacked. They were just literally attacking a wall.
Yeah, they got defeated by a ditch.
They were defeated by a ditch.
That was without all the big ones and shit. Did you see how much fucking
They
damage they did
still
with the big
attacked the
ones?
wall, though. They still
Well, yeah, the
attacked the
dumbass ones.
wall.
And they lost to a group of 20 soldiers and 5 adventurers.
Fire!
What do you think a dragon is going to do to those fuckers?
Nothing. It's fine.
Nothing. Absolutely not. And then
Nothing.
an army of
All right,
paladins.
all right.
sees
We're
an
done.
undead-
We're done shitting on Deuce's plan. We're done shitting on Daniel's plan. All right, we're
You
done.
showed
We're done. with that.
initiative, and we
Bears did
respect
a
that.
lot in
You
game.
did. You showed initiative. You did come up with something. We respect that.
Yeah.
Marius, your backstory. I mean, hearing this probably drives daggers right into your soul. Man.
Yeah.
You might just turn the blade on them right now. I don't know, but
Why do you think I left?
But
I was just
there
like,
is some saving grace, because you did hear some from the other two right in the room. They definitely were sound reasoning, and in terms of like Maldor definitely kind of coincides a little bit with your beliefs as well. So maybe some bonding happening here enough. But regardless of that, you're all here for one purpose, and that is Ukar, and now you have been kind of brought in a very I was going to say, Dom Toretto, Fast and the Furious way.
Welcome to the family.
Welcome to the family.
the Corona.
Yeah, bring out the Coronas. But you're out. You're right now.
Bring out the corona.
family.
Welcome
So,
to our
but-
family.
But you're like
Dodge
you're
Charger.
like Dust Charger. Dust Charger. Let me bring out Dust Charger. No. So, but the But what here is we have is almost like the first time I think that the party has now truly just welcomed with nothing in return. Ukar does not actually ask for anything at all. They just look at opportunity from you all and what you can do in your own outright, and it works that you coincide with your mission, with your objective. And Ukar did the groundwork, came up with a pretty solid plan here of actually getting you not only into the city under possibly an incognito state. That was what the plan also was intended. I'm sure you figured that out. To come in as the Denkosh and kind of come in a little bit with some authority too into the city, and not just teleport in and be like, all of a sudden found out as stowaways. You're giving you a possibility of actually getting into the city as free people to move around without any sort of suspicion, and then move on to Tinkerer as well. So that is kind of, I think, the first time the party has had that happen, where someone is just outright coinciding with your ideals, with your quest, and then also offering the resources to make it happen. So that's where we're gonna go ahead and call it.
Making moves, baby.
Yeah, so we definitely get end there because we went through quite a bit of role play, and if we get started on anything else, we opened up another can of worms. So
That was fun.
yeah, so I'll go ahead and calculate some experience points for you all here, and so we'll see what we got going on.
Joey's got to get a ton of experience for beating me at Dragon Fest.
All that chess. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if that man had a +2 to your +5, I mean, I'll whoop your ass.
Every time I lost, I immediately started cooking.
Don't worry, Thanos watched that entire thing.
I absolutely beat his ass in the first game and then lost the next two in spectacular fashion.
He set you up. I was like, all right,
Yeah.
let's
Man
do
got
that.
so
That's called getting hustled.
man just
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just got hustled.
Do the hustle.
This man's been playing chess all day, and I'm like, oh, I'm pretty smart. Let me sit down and play. And he's like, I got you. Don't
got
worry.
you right where I want you.
I've seen this happen at the pool hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually how people end up with a bar fight and a broken bottle somewhere in the mix. And
Dude, holy shit, man. Out of all the things you could have told us, I was not expecting that.
Really? That's it. Like, all I expected.
An undead army marching to the war. No, sorry, didn't
I'm
think
par with
you'd
this.
actually use those motherfuckers. Sorry.
I
mean, it was better than-
Thanos over here.
suggesting that I wanted to put the cannons on the Fort Farron wall.
I think we would have been okay with
Hey,
that.
yeah, I mean, I want some at Fate Haven too, but like that's fine. Like I'm okay
That's
with
pretty
that.
much like literally just taking that city. Those cannons are worth more than that city.
I know, but that's just another reason that it's basically
I think
ours now.
I think the plan of like influencing and taking some control over protection of a place is more like like terms of like undead army marching versus. I mean, the scale of that is so dramatically different. Like undead army,
That's fair.
cannons at a fort. Undead army, cannons at a fort.
Yeah,
And like,
it's like-
that's just protection. I mean, and the fact is that the Fort Farron. I mean, that is under the jurisdiction of the Frosthorn Chirpin territory, right? So you think about like certain things like in shambles and stuff like that. I mean, it really does coincide with you even making Fate Haven. I mean, it's exactly what I thought you would all do, would try to get your influence into Alathan and into the Fort Farron, into Athema too, and try to like get your tendrils in to just say like, hey, look, we exist and we're here as a form of governance that we can instill law and order into your land and help you out. Because there is right now no king, there is no head over here. And remember, we talked about the Jiskar, right? So they actually serve the divine throne, and so they only serve whoever sits on the divine throne of a city that's been toppled and destroyed, and their stronghold was in that city. So if there's any more of those people left, they're never going to call anybody king or lead or follow them at all until they are assured that there is a ruler that has been blessed by Palor sitting on that throne.
And that was what I was trying to get across, was like, maybe we can do what you want us to do, but it's got to be so much more subtle.
It's
So
a
much
Game
more-
of Thrones, dude.
Yeah, you were-
you don't send the fucking Night King's army head. You saw what
Yeah.
happens when you do
You
that.
literally
you
control the
inve-
Night King's army, and you're trying to send them through the
Through
continent.
the
And
continent.
some 17-year-old
All
girl
the
jumps
way
at you and
down.
kills you, and it's over.
You see some farmers and test they're planting the crops, sowing the seed. What's that, Dad? What do you see out there? Dad, look out there. Oh,
God.
my payload's light.
Yeah.
Get
Destroying
back
all-
in the house, Charlotte. Get back in the house, Charlotte.
You've
Dad,
got
they're coming
ambition,
right for us.
dude.
Get back in the house. Lock the doors.
Yeah.
But at least we
Oh.
won't script those guys. We'll just kill them ourselves with our
Yeah,
undead
that's fine.
army.
You see,
And then they'll join my undead army.
holding the door. Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! I love you, Charlotte!
There's not room on that door for him. Sorry.
You also kind of stun locked me because I didn't know where to start dismantling the plan.
Dude, I saw Peyton so many times just go. Oh, I can feel it. It's just like, okay, wait a minute.
It's like so many bad ideas presented at one time. Where do
I
I
am
start?
king of bad ideas. Great.
It was like, where do I start? That won't let us do it. Like, we
I
will.
mean, I was worth asking.
Also,
always
yeah,
worth
I didn't
asking.
think about the Glimmark ankle, but Glimmark does not like us that much.
It was good you workshopped it, Deuce. I will say that. It's good you
I
put
mean,
it out, got some
I didn't-
feelers, and
I
then
didn't think
you can
anybody-
get it refined.
Yeah, I think you reached far. You reached far. We're reeling you back in.
Yeah. Now we just put cannons on Fort Farron and take Fort Farron, and everyone's happy, and I still get what I want at the end of the day.
But that's not
Nobody
taking.
knows
Fort,
what I
that's
want.
what I'm saying, though. Is you're not taking it, though. You're not taking. You're not marching an
we're
army
taking it.
into it and
We're
taking it.
assimilating it.
You're giving it protection, and you're earning.
Colonizing it.
You're
No, wait.
earning the trust of the people that are there by giving them protection against the evils that lurk, and eventually over time, this is not any different than like.
No, yeah.
No, it's Texas, and we're annexing it.
Oh my god. No, it's not. There's no force being applied.
Yeah, we're not.
It's
like,
not even. It's not
stomping
even.
people out.
It's not even colonizing. That's not what
'Cause we're not
colonizing
really
is.
moving in. Yeah,
Colonizing is you're literally coming to a foreign land and you are moving on top of them and taking their resources.
It's more like a defense pact or something.
It is. It's like a defense pact. You're like NATO.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't like this plan anymore.
Ah,
Fort Farron doesn't get
okay.
any of our cannons.
Oh,
First it's
section
cannons,
65.
and then you're
sorry.
drone striking
Hold on.
weddings.
This is
Like,
wrong.
God
Yeah,
dang.
Session 65. I put the wrong thing in here. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you guys about the cannons, but we should probably put those up somewhere. I don't care where they get put up, but we should probably put those
we
up.
should Fort Farron, or I mean, Fayehaven first, because that's the fallback, right? And then we spread them out. Like,
Well, I would say so. We have 3. I would put 2 in Fayehaven and put 1 on Fort Farron's wall, aimed at the pass, since they have 4 times the range, and they
Also,
can take out any
like,
siege.
if you
and-
want,
if we
you
fail.
want, I'll
fair.
use one of my magical discoveries on the elixir to shoot cannons.
Oh, we know how to make it. It's in the crafting guide.
That's in the crafting. That's
Okay.
you
that's
just have
that's,
to make them, yeah.
You have to make them.
Yeah, I can't make them. It's my issue.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
okay.
And while I could easily take somebody under my dominion to make them, I'm not telling you guys that I
You
Are
can
you
do what
guys-
now?
Are you
Huh?
going to become a defense contractor like Lockheed Martin or something and just start selling these fucking cannons everywhere?
he's
Just like,
he's a fucking terrorist cell, is what he is.
The houses
Well,
of Elion
Bro,
tell you to
I'm the
cease
fucking
and desist.
CIA. That's
We're
fine.
make-
making
gonna
these
say,
cannons.
if
We want
anything,
to
like
that.
the
You
CIA.
can't. You can't stop us. We want to make these cannons.
That's right.
The
They've got a
technology is out there, man. We can make them or not. All of a sudden, houses of Elion teleporting into your city.
Yeah, we should probably
Foundries-
protect our city from being teleported into.
Didn't
foundries
Burger already
are-
do that? I thought Burger did
Boundaries are
that.
blowing up.
We do, but I have a fucking connection with Glenmark to let them teleport in, so we can have the troops to defend.
Well,
the
yeah,
city.
Glenmark can teleport it, but they can
Yeah,
only
it's not
teleport to those
Temeria.
1 circles. Yeah.
yeah.
If Temeria tries to teleport into those circles, then we kill him.
Well, I mean, diplomatic negotiations.
Diplomatic
first.
negotiations.
I
Jesus,
love the
man.
ambition of
Wait,
this
hold
group,
on,
but yeah, y'all gotta do it.
I want to
each
have
day.
diplomatic negotiations with the crazy fucking tinker, and you guys are okay with people teleporting in and us having diplomatic negotiations?
No,
because
Another governing body versus
a governing
weird serial killer.
versus literally someone who's putting people together like a fucking human centipede. Are you
It's
serious?
just like I
Are you
don't hear
serious
a
right now?
difference.
The government is also just a form of being a serial killer. It's fine.
No.
Zombie
Absolutely.
monsters. I
Absolutely
don't know.
not.
This is like
Holy
that.
shit.
This is like the argument you have at like a holiday with your really drunk uncle who's just absolutely batshit crazy.
It's just
He's
like,
like, yeah. He's like, actually, the
Actually,
government's a serial killer if you think about it, because they
You really
kill
think about it.
everybody with the
the
armies,
government
you
definitely
know?
kills more people.
They do.
And it's like, what? Yeah, I said it. So what?
I said, so what? I might have been my 12th course. No, they wouldn't be drinking course. You've got to be drinking some Rolling Rock or something really Paps. We got to get low.
No,
PBR, dude.
PBR.
100% be on PBR.
Yeah.
That's some Michelob Ultra shit.
Michelob
right there.
Ultra. I feel like Michelob Ultra is a little more. I don't see that a lot. I see that. Anyways, we're gonna be done because we're getting really
Yeah.
sidetracked. Session
Yeah.
65. So
That
Joey,
was
you
too
get
much.
so
This is
Joey,
the
you get
books.
891 experience. That should
Yes,
put you at
master.
85, 891, and then for the rest of you get 412. Should put you at 92, 782.
Sweet.
I'm just gonna be
Let's
playing
go.
chess every session if we're not doing combat.
If you are watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Hopefully, you join us on Saturday, playing at 11 a.m. 2 sessions this week. And thanks so much. Bye.
That was fun.
Peace.
See you.